So, first of all, congratulations to those of you who braved our big bad California storm coming. We did have a number of cancellations because people in California are with it. It's a little rain in their milk, but no, actually the roads are going to be pretty bad. So I completely understand that. But congratulations to you getting here. And I don't think I know any of you. Some of you may have been on some of my webinars. I have done webinars for 3 years for this organization. It's been a lot of fun, but I don't know faces, so I may or may not know you. So let me first introduce myself. My name is Ann McRae. A little bit about me. I am a professor of occupational therapy at San Jose State University for the last 30 years, and I'm retiring this year. Yay! However, for the last 7 years, I have been on what's called the pre-retirement track and gradually decreasing my hours. And the last 5 years, I've only worked with what's called the post-professionals. These are practicing clinicians going on for advanced degrees, and they're all over the world, and it was all done online. So I had the opportunity to go up to my mountain home and live in Trinity County. So I lived part of the time in San Francisco and part of the time in Trinity County, and was very involved with behavioral health there and the wellness centers as both a consultant and a clinician. So I had a lot of hands-on stuff there. But also something a little unique about my history is San Jose State University is one of the only OT programs in the country that run their own clinics. So I'm not one of these academics who hasn't seen a person in 30 years. I ran the mental health clinic for 25 of those years. A lot of connections with Santa Clara County, with the local boarding care homes that surround campus. Brought people to campus, which was a very, in my mind, very normalizing role for young adults to be part of the college community. So we had a really good thing, and it was a lot of fun. So I do have, I'm an academic, researcher, writer, all that stuff, but I really do have and always have had my heart and feet in the real world. So, and I think that's helped a lot. My clinical work informs my writing informs my clinical work. I've had a great career, but just because I tend to be a little bit of a workaholic, I've been phasing out of it slowly or it'd be too much of a shock. But I'm enjoying it. So that's who I am. And California Institute of Behavioral Health has graciously given me a contract for the last several years to do webinars. This year I wanted to try some hands-on ones for so many things. I love doing the webinars, particularly the fact that I can sit there in my pajamas at work, and they're a lot of fun. But there's some things that you just really need to do hands-on. So Shoshana and I agreed, let's do it. So that's me. Do you, Shoshana, do you want to present some details of how this is going to work?
Sure. I'm Shoshana Zask. You've probably seen all of my emails. And for those of you who are on the webinar, just a few instructions. One is that you're all muted, which means if you talk, we can't hear you. If you want to ask a question, you just need to type into the question box that you'll see down below, or click the hand icon next to your name, which will alert you to unmute you. Let's see, we're recording this, so it'll be available later, and there will be several times during this training when the participants in the room will be doing exercises or small group work. At that time, we'll let you know ahead of time, and you can just hang up and then call back or stay on the line.
And what I will try to do during those times is come out of the PowerPoint and put up the handout that people are using. And if people want to stick around and do that from a distance, that's okay too. Before we start, I do want to get just a really quick overview of the audience. When I was preparing this, I realized I didn't have a clue who was going to show up, what your background is, how much you knew or didn't know about anything. So it's going to be a little interesting, but I would just like to get an idea, if you could just real briefly say your first name, maybe the county you're from, and how you identify your role. Are you a peer specialist? Are you a clinician? Are you a family member? Are you a consumer? How you identify yourself. Then I'll get a better feel for who you all are. Okay?
My name is Luz Jimenez Magaña, and I work in Napa County. I recently started working for the Mental Health Division as a worker aide for foreign advisor.
My name is Susana Cortez. I'm a social work intern for Napa County for Queen Valley Medical Center Care Network. My name is Mike Sosa. I'm a social work intern for Queen Valley Community Care Outreach Program in Napa County.
I'm Leah. I work with Placer County, and I'm a clinician.
I'm Jenny. I work for Placer County, and I'm a clinician.
I'm Maritza, and I'm from Napa County. I work with Progress Foundation as a case manager working with emancipated foster youth.
My name is Nicole. I'm from Napa County. I work with Progress Foundation, and I'm a marriage family therapist.
Myself, Julia. I'm a nurse case manager for community outreach in Queen Valley Medical Center in Napa.
My name is Maria Fuentes, and I'm also from Napa County, Queen Valley, and I'm a community care aide.
And I'm Gabby from Napa County as well, and working as a nurse in the care transitions program.
Oh, heavy on Napa County today.
Could you come there and talk to me? Jill Moss, Manager, Community Outreach in Napa, Queen Valley.
Keeps going. Sal Nunez, I'm a social worker at Queen Valley Medical Center.
And Monica Covarrubias, Nurse Case Manager for Queen Valley Medical Center, Napa County.
Kelly Jack from Humboldt County. I'm a peer coach 3, and I run the wellness center up there, and I also engage in other, within the mental health system, teaching people about how the peer experience.
Mary, I'm just a family member.
Just a
driver.
I have to tell a story here. Back in the old days, before we had email and stuff, I always would give students my phone number in case they needed to call me. And my husband had this standard joke about how Justa called, because every time a student called, and my husband would say, "Who, you want to leave a name?" "Oh, I'm just a student." So Justa became. Okay, go on. Sorry.
I'm June 4th from Yolo County. I think this is my 30th year with NAMI Yolo. I'm a family member. I sit on the local mental health board there. And what I do with most of my time is volunteer with people who are living with mental illness. Our little chapter of NAMI has what we call the program of neighborliness. And that means give people rides, bring meals, whatever.
Great, thank you.
I'm Kim. I'm from Alpine County, and I'm a clinician.
Hi, I'm Clary Puppy. I'm a youth support coordinator up in Auburn and for Placer County. I work for Whole Person Learning, but I also am a family member, and I do a lot of volunteer work with NAMI here in Sacramento.
I'm Shoshana Beth with CIVHS, and I also live in Davis, Yolo County.
My name is Lael Walls. I'm from Nevada County. I identify as a provider. I'm a behavioral health care manager with the local community clinic. I'm also with EMQ Families First. But most significantly, my husband of 35 years has bipolar, so yes, I'm with the local NAMI chapter.
Billy Diaz, Nevada County, both a clinician and a peer advocate, and I'm responsible for the Wellness Center in Nevada County.
Bill Richter from Yolo County, family member.
Kathy Richter, Yolo County, family member.
Thank you. Okay, that gives me a good overview, and even though we're heavy geographically on dear old Napa County, we really do have quite a mix of backgrounds and what brought you here. So what I am hoping for today is that first be patient when it's stuff you already know. What you know very well, someone else doesn't know at all, and to try and appeal to everybody. But also, I think a great benefit that we could aim for today is for whatever you are bringing here, that you can understand the perspective of someone else better. Because I find that to be one of the biggest challenges going on in mental health today. that there is a changing paradigm, and I'm going to talk some about that. And as a consequence, people are a little uncomfortable with their roles, a little uncomfortable with who does what and who knows what and who can make what decision. And a lot of that, I think, comes from both your life experiences as well as your training. So what I'm going to ask you to do today is, I'm not going to get too academic on you, but it's a technique called bracketing, and it comes from phenomenology. It's basically put aside your own experiences, your own worldview, and see if you can understand what the other person is saying. That applies to people who co-work, but it also applies a lot, and I'll be talking about this a lot today, to the clients we're all trying to serve. The name of this presentation is Participation, Motivation, and Inclusion, and our ultimate goal is to help people be more included, be more motivated, be able to participate better. The message, though, that I'll be putting out today is if you don't understand the obstacles they face, you're going to fail. And you know what? You're not going to get blamed for the failure. They are. So what we want to do is stop that cycle of failure. Make sense? Yes. Okay. So let's move on. I'm going to look at the objectives. Now, again, what happens with objectives, these are very standardly written, but basically, I'm not going to read them all to you. At the end of the day, when you're filling out your review form, you can look back on that and say, did we meet what we said we were going to meet? But ultimately, I already said what my real goal is. My goal is to, let's take a look at the obstacles. Let's take a look at the different ways of looking at obstacles and seeing what we can do about it. I'm also, as Shoshana said, going to be doing some exercises and activities. I'll be introducing a few tools, evidence-based practices that are evidence-based, but that anybody can use. You don't have to have a special license to do it. They're tools that work to help understand the consumer or client's perspective. One's very verbal and one's very not. And again, some of this you may be familiar with, some of it may be brand new to you. If it's something you already feel very comfortable with, I'm going to recruit you to coach. So everybody will have a role. Any questions so far? You can all hear me okay? We're all set to go? All right, let's move on to the next one. I actually did print out a full version of this in your packet, or you could just look at it on here, because it comes out very small when I have charts like this. One of the first things that I think is important to bring out is people's biases. Bias isn't necessarily a bad word. I can call it worldview or frame of reference if that feels more comfortable. Where are you coming from in your thinking? And why this is so important is, again, a lot of things have changed. 10, 15 years ago, we very rarely had peer providers. Everybody in the office was some form of clinician. But even among the clinicians, the social workers, MFTs, and occupational therapists all came from different perspectives. And we didn't always communicate that well. So what I do in my teaching is start out looking at these broad models. The one that was very dominant for a very long time is obviously the medical model, right? Now, we tend to think immediately that psychiatrists and nurses are going to be in this model. That may or may not be true. Most people are all over the board. Most people come up with some kind of hybrid. But the more we bring it out and the more we talk about it, the better it is. One of the reasons this is particularly important is because the number one word we're all throwing around these days is recovery. And one thing I learned pretty quickly is no one is defining this the same way. And I've literally had to break up arguments over, is recovery possible? You're not talking about the same thing. So until you sort that out and know what your direction is, you don't know which path to take. The other thing is that I think without doing this, in your mind at least, you're not being clear to the client. If you tell them, I'm going to help you on your path to recovery, depending on their perspective, they may think you're going to cure them. Right?
Right.
So that's why this is so important to tease out and to present clearly with people. As a general rule, the people who've been very highly trained in psychopathology tend to be more into the medical model, even though they may provide some lip service to the other ideas and may want to change. They're so indoctrinated in this that it's hard to change. The social model tends to come from the more peer, grassroots kind of organizations. It's a wonderful phenomenon that's been growing, focused on wellness, focused on the individual. The problem is, in my mind, and again, I'm going to say some controversial things today. Feel free to totally ignore me. Feel free to argue with me. I'm just giving my 35 years of experience, and I may be wrong, and there may be situations where it's not true. One of the problems I have with the social model, with the peer-driven model, is that for some very good reasons and some anger issues and a bunch of other things, they kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater. They tend not to want to talk about diagnoses. They don't want to talk about symptoms. It's not important anymore. And it shouldn't be the only focus by any means. But without having some understanding of that, and particularly peers who were primarily hired for their lived experience, which is wonderful, but they don't have any, some of them have no classwork on any level of psychopathology. So the only symptoms they may understand are the ones they themselves have experienced. And that can be pretty limiting. I do think there is a place for this. Doesn't mean you have to all go back and get a master's degree. It means you need to collaborate, communicate with other people on your team. What is it that I'm seeing here? What is that? Because those symptoms really are obstacles to the kinds of things we're trying to get at. Motivation, participation, inclusion. Anyone want to give me a counter? Sounds right? Okay, good. Okay, I like you already. But again, depending on your worldview, depending on your approach, notice the differences in the outcomes. This is what you have to communicate to the people you're working with. What kind of outcomes are we talking about? Yes, we're all going to be geared towards recovery. If you're a psychiatrist whose primary role is to provide medication, for better or worse, that has become the primary role of psychiatrists. They're looking at what level of clinical recovery one could find. The cure. Okay. Because they're component-based, the techniques, this person has hallucinations. I'm going to give him antipsychotics. My job is done. Because that's their perspective. That is their role. And then on the other end, the social model, it's not, sometimes in my mind, it's not enough about change. And what we're looking at really is change. It's about accepting who you are for whatever you are. And that's wonderful for self-esteem. It's wonderful. It does help with inclusion. People, it's destigmatizing. I get that. I love that. But what I'm primarily about is a more psych rehab model, which I really see as a melding between these two, even though it's pre-existing. It's about skill development. It's about doing things in the real world. That's what rehab is. It's not about the 2 hours that they spend with you in a group in the wellness center. It's not about the 45-minute session they have with their clinician. What happens next? If that can't be brought into the real world, does it really help? I don't think so. But again, my bias is very clear. I am a psych rehab specialist. Occupational therapists tend to be psych rehab specialists. That is our orientation. So we're going to look at skills. We're going to look at the context. We're going to look at the environment. What happens there?
Hi. Sorry, but the slides are not advancing on the webinar.
Oh, dear.
So we just need to fix that really quickly.
Sorry?
Okay, you can keep talking.
Okay. Yep. I can keep talking. Okay. So the outcome, if you have a rehab perspective, is what's called functional recovery. And lots of times it's adapting. You may still have the same symptoms. You may still have a lot of the same issues, but you adapt and be able to functionally get through your day in a better way because you have skills. That make sense? Does anyone? Yes.
I just, going back to your concepts of recovery, both of my girls have, My daughters have bipolar as well, and they became ill as children.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole thing for recovery for us, certainly it's applicable to my husband in certain ways, but for my children, it's a concept that they don't get, and they're in their 20s now, but they were ill, one in grammar school, the other one in middle school, so they don't know what they're recovering from.
Right.
It's not a useful term. I agree with everything you're saying, but that term for them just isn't very useful. Right. I just wanted to point that out.
I think that is a good point, actually. My guess is, and don't blush, it's because you provided them with a place they were accepted.
We worked extremely hard on that. I learned the hard way with my husband.
So it kind of makes sense. What do I need to recover from? My parents love me. I'm doing what I want to do. Yeah, I got this thing I need to take care of. But
right.
That does make sense. Unfortunately, many people are not in that position.
But they're not recovering from an illness. They're not recovering. You mean recovering from life? I'm just saying that for a kid's perspective,
right?
It's not as a sophisticated concept.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. So use what works for you.
I do.
Okay. Any other comments or questions about this?
Yes.
Yes.
And I completely agree, and I thank you for that, and I will bear that in my heart when working with children. Yeah. A thought I wanted to contribute, though, and it's certainly not a new thought, but one I haven't heard expressed here this morning. The way I talk about recovery with the people I volunteer with is that it's getting a life you feel good about.
Exactly.
With 3 parts: something to do, somebody or something, even if it's a cat, to care about, and something to hope for. And that those are the same 3 things we all look for as the good life.
Right.
That's
a wonderful way to summarize
that.
it. And whether you use the term recovery or not, and I do get your point that with children it kind of doesn't make sense, but teasing that out a little bit more, particularly the something to do part, very often they don't have the skills to do it. So that's where the rehab part comes in. And again, that is my own bias, but you can accept who you are as a person, but not have the skills yet to really participate. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like what you're saying, because for a long time, our wellness center, when it first started going there, that's what it was doing, was the groups. And recently, I thought one of the ways that I recovered was because people were teaching me how to live in the world.
Right. Exactly.
And that's how I became able to work. That's how I became the person I am today.
Yep.
So I'm like, we need to take people out of here. We need to show them how to go to groups outside of here, how to learn to be a part of outside things, how to do stuff. And I got people to agree that we could do this, and we're expanding even more.
Yeah.
It's not about like just sitting in a center and then going home and now what? And so that's what we're doing now, is expanding, because that's how I learned in doing this. And so I like that. I'm glad that you said that, because it's enforcing the thoughts that I was having. So thank you. It's confirmation. So.
If you see here under techniques, what that means, skills development in vivo, that means in real life, out in their home, in their town, on the bus.
The situation that we had in Motor County was that from the clinical model, you were told you ought to do this, you ought to do that, but there's no time for the clinician to go with you everywhere. Now, that doesn't mean that at the wellness center you can't actually do that, and people, because of the high empathy, they said, well, I was like that before, so I'm going to take the time and I'm going to walk with you to the bus. I'm going to go with you to a restaurant. I'm going to do what people told you were supposed to be doing. And so that's where I find the mesh between the wellness center and the clinical model.
Absolutely. But I actually think these rehab principles apply all the way, from clinicians to family members to peer specialists to volunteers. If it's a worldview, that what you're looking at is what happens in all the hours that they're not at the center. Your whole attitude towards it changes. The techniques change, and we're going to talk some about that. But there's a lot, I'm so glad to see that a number of you are peers or volunteers or both. That's what really will make the difference on change. And that's really what we're talking about. If you're talking about participation and inclusion, you're talking about some change. And some of that, and I'll address this on the next slide. Let me move on to the next slide. If I'll move on to the next slide. Now it won't change. Whatever she did, I can't forward it. Oh, let me try this. Okay, yay. Basically, I think I've actually said all this already, but I thought, and I always think when I'm teaching, that you have a right to know what my biases are, where I'm coming from. So I'm very upfront about this. My major focus is psych rehab, and the definition there is the process of restoring community functioning, and improving quality of life. So some caveats to rehab. It's contextual. That means you got to know what's going on in someone's community or someone's home. I'm flabbergasted how often clinicians can spend an hour with someone talking about their feelings and not have clue one what's going on in their house. So frankly, I'm blunt about this. I don't think that does any good. They may have a temporary relief because someone's listening to them. What changes? So rehab doesn't focus on just the hour you spend with someone. Rehab is skill-based. By definition, if you're talking about skills require practice. That's a no-brainer, right? And particularly those of you who raise kids, you don't tell them once, here's how you use a fork, and then it's done. It takes practice. Here's how you tie your shoes. That's skill-based requires practice. So, and we have to build into the system, even though we are all tight on money and time and all of that, introducing a concept to someone and saying, here's what you should do, if it's skill-based, it's not going to work. How does someone practice enough to make that change? That's what rehab is. And rehab is action-oriented. It's what you're talking about doing, what you're actually doing. Not, for those of you who did more clinical work, kind of always were shown the triangle of doing, thinking, and feeling. Rehab tends to be more, of course, we are concerned about what people think and feel, but it tends to look at outcomes in terms of what people do. That make sense? Okay. I have one other model, kind of a model that will frame what we're doing today. And this is, how many of you have seen this? It's a poster you can get for free. And actually, if you use that website and you want the poster up in your wellness center, it is available from Samsung. What I like about this is that it gets across the point that wellness is many dimensions. And in order to truly gear yourself towards wellness, you need to take into account all of these. And I did print out another extra one of the 8x10 of this so you can have it. So it's emotional, it's financial, it's social, it's spiritual, it's occupational, physical, intellectual, and environmental. Regardless of your training and experience, regardless of what you're bringing to the table today, one thing you can do for yourselves and for your clients is to make sure that in any interaction you have, you're thinking of all these dimensions. You're, you're not overly concerned about the physical or emotional, that you're thinking about the social and financial. And somebody usually says, but that's not my job, the social worker takes care of that. No, if you're going to work in wellness, you're going to have to take into account all of these dimensions. So in my next slide here, what I did is I took a look at the obstacles to participation, to inclusion, because that's what we're talking about today, and broke it down in terms of those dimensions. And I bet you can each think of a few more. Some of the emotional obstacles to, let's just even think of it as participation. Inclusion, well, it goes together. Emotional obstacles to that. People may have fears. People may have phobias. They don't want to go out in town because they're afraid of touching anything. They may just not feel good enough about themselves to feel that they're included. They may just be very lethargic and depressed. A lot of people that I've worked with have previous trauma, and going out into the community on any level triggers that. But you need to be aware of what all the emotional baggage is. And the fear one is always very interesting to me because sometimes we make assumptions that it's irrational when it isn't. Again, if you really get to know the people, know their background, know the context, know the environment, they may have very good reasons to be afraid to go down the street. They've been beaten up before. There's a gang after them. There could be any number of reasons. So do not necessarily assume that it's a psychopathology or it's irrational, because unless you take the time to know that. We tend to dismiss that a lot. It wasn't there a button for a while. Just because I'm paranoid doesn't mean someone's not following me. It's something that you got to be aware of. Okay, financial issues when one's talking about participation. Many of the clients I've worked with, and I'm sure many of the participants that you know or consumers, don't have money. That's really tough to go out and do things in the community when you don't have money. So there are ways to get around that, and we can talk about that. What kind of activities wouldn't require as much money? Or how can we help them with their money management? That's money management is a classic rehab kind of skill. Can you do a budget? Can you plan some time for recreation? That's healthy. A lot of people I've worked with have very poor judgment when it comes to money. They get that check and it's gone. So I have worked with people, and you probably know some too, that their way of coping with that, they know it. They know that they're very impulsive and they're just going to spend all the money. But the coping strategy that they employ can often be very maladaptive. They'll go, I just won't go out anymore. Is that healthy? So we have to come up with other strategies, other things to work on. And again, these aren't really discrete categories. There's a lot of overlap. The people who have financial problems may also have some emotional issues, particularly with self-esteem. I've worked with a number of people, I'm sure you know them too, who are very easily exploited. They think the only way they can make a friend is giving away their money, giving away their cigarettes, buying things for people, whatever. And that's a financial skill. How do you manage your own money? But it's also an emotional skill. How do you make friends without buying them? There's also a problem a lot of people have, and the so-called normals are even worse at this, is thinking that they can buy happiness. It's like, if I just have that car, if I just have that new purse, I'll be happy. It doesn't work. And the more unhappy you are and the more you do that, the more financial trouble you get in. Okay. Social lack of access is obviously a major one. Towards the end of the day, I'm going to talk about this again. Transportation is a huge issue. There's a lot wellness centers can do. Not just in terms of providing transportation. That may or may not be in your budget. But getting people to buddy up, getting people to take public transit. Even some of the poorer counties do have some level of public transit. I initiated a thing in the wellness centers where I would identify peer volunteers, consumer volunteers, who do take the bus to buddy up with people who don't, and teach them. Usually didn't take very long. Usually they were over their fears after the first trip. You introduce them to Joe, the bus driver, and get them a little comfortable and work out some strategies. What do I do if the bus left?
We have a bus group. We have one of our peer staff actually during the summer. We run a bus group for 6 months.
Beautiful.
He does a whole bus group, and they go all over town, even long distance. And
right.
He just teaches them the bus, and they could do it every week. And
yep, that is awesome. What county are you from?
Humboldt County.
Humboldt.
That was just
okay.
He himself doesn't have a license, so we were
right.
like, well, what can you do? And that's just, he knows the bus by the back of his hand, and so that's what he started doing.
That is so cool. We we've had, in Trinity County, they had a little bit of trouble with the longer trips, because it's really just within the last couple of years expanded.
They don't have a
to
lot of staff there either. We just currently got a lot of staff and are getting more, so it was
Great.
probably harder for them.
Right, but we can have some peer volunteers do this more. And the connections have gotten much better. You can now get from the coast, Humboldt County, to the valley, Shasta County, through Trinity, connecting both those bus systems, which is huge.
It's hugely successful. I mean, we have people riding the bus that never rode the bus before, and it's just, yeah.
That is awesome. And again, when they were paying me nice money to do groups, I couldn't justify my time taking. So I would get peers or volunteers to do the community part. I would do some prep groups in my living skills group. Would do the money management, reading a map, transfers, communication skills, what happens if you get lost, who do you ask, do some of that prep work. You can do that in a group. But then following up with the practice, which is important to be effective,
To share from the wellness perspective, if you haven't seen it, in the mind of people that are not in the wellness center, they think of the regular world of, regular jobs and regular transport. If you're in a wellness center and you've been most of your life in a wellness center, for them a job could be $50 a month. And that's a sense of pride. So the pride is way up here. The cost is very low.
Right.
And teaching each other to transport, like for example, in Motor County, what they do is they have one time we had 5 vans full of peers going to another state to shop for the day.
Right.
But it's called a socialization event. It's all the skills that you acquire.
It is. And it's a lot of skills.
That's empowering. But I would also say that not everybody qualifies. It doesn't help everybody all the time. But there's a gap. There are some people that do benefit from it.
Right.
So the focus on the wellness center is to try to see who's ready for it.
I think you're bringing up a really good point that I'm glad got brought up now. I was going to emphasize it later. Everybody is an individual. And that's easy to say. But that's where bracketing your own biases comes in is very important. You may think one of these dimensions is the most important thing. But if it's not important to them, then that shouldn't be your emphasis. So getting to know the individual, what their personal obstacles are, as well as what their personal strengths and desires are.
I also wanted to notice that one thing I also noticed, besides the money scale, it's also the time scale.
Oh, yeah.
Where we might think of recovery in quick terms. I've seen people that took 2 or 3 years, but now they're different.
Yeah.
But after watching everybody for 2 or 3 years, then they said, if they can do it, maybe I can.
That's exactly true. And then some people, depending on how you define recovery, or if you even like using that term, it's a lifelong quest. It's more the journey than the destination. And we're all recovering from something, right? Okay, so moving on a little bit. Spiritual. Spiritual is the one that actually gets American-trained clinicians a little crazy. They don't know what to do with this. I practice in Europe a lot, so there's nobody thinks twice about it. But I do want to emphasize that this comes from SAMHSA, which is a federal organization, but the way they define spirituality has very little to do with religion. This is not about organized religion. This is not about proselytizing a particular religion. Spirituality has a very broad dimension and really simply means what provides your life with meaning in its simplest definition. And it could be religious, but it doesn't have to be.
And if you are individualizing and listening to your folks, it's absolutely applicable for some people.
Right. So to me, it's. But I do find though that and maybe this is my own bias. I do think spirituality in the broadest sense is important to everybody. But I have to be very clear that I'm not talking about religion. And I usually ask people, what gives your life meaning? And if you don't have meaning in your life, how do you put one foot in front of the other? I mean, it's kind of a primal thing. But how one does that can be very different. It could be organized religion. Some people don't want to have anything to do with organized religion by choice or by availability. It could be, and this is where I think a conversation about this with people is important. It could be that they are simply not aware that there's other ways other than organized religion to experience spirituality. So even if it's nothing but a conversation, it does seem to me to be helpful with it. I find, particularly when I'm up in Trinity County, and a lot of you are from the northern small counties, just the connection with the natural world in and of itself is spiritual, for lack of a better word. It's comforting. It feel like you have a place in the world. It provides meaning. I am a member of the world community, and I'm sitting here enjoying this beautiful river. It could be something as simple as that. But having that conversation with people, I think, is important, which is another reason I use frameworks like this. Any questions or comments? Okay. The next one is occupational. I stress this a lot because, one, I'm an occupational therapist, but also just to get rid of the misconceptions. This is, people ask me, oh, so you get people jobs, right? I said, no. Sometimes, if that's what they want. But it's about how one occupies their time. What roles are productive? It is not necessarily paid employment. For a lot of people, they either can't or won't or don't want to do that. It is great if they do. There's a lot of research, more research now than in the past, as to how helpful that is if people can get jobs. They used to be, and this was the clinician's medical model, authoritarian role, there used to be a belief that people couldn't go back to work until they were ready or well. The research is actually showing just the opposite. If you have had to leave work or didn't get a job or never had a job because of illness, the best thing you can do is get back on the horse as soon as you can. And there's some really good research on that now. You may still have symptoms, you may need some help, you may need support, you may need coaching. The longer you stay away from the work world, the harder it is to get back to it. Because you have conditioned yourself to thinking of yourself as someone unable to work. Yeah.
One of the pieces that come up for me, because Jenny and I, we work with the AB 109 Prison Realignment Program. And so in talking in terms of obstacles, the criminal justice conviction and substance use within the group of individuals who experience mental health symptoms, it's just disproportionate for both of those obstacles. And it really targets, the occupational. The individuals might be more than willing, would love nothing better than to get a job, but when folks have that criminal background check, boom, conversation's over.
Well,
it's
harder.
Many times.
But actually, one of the groups that I ran for the last couple of years was a work readiness program, which wasn't a true vocational program. It was about dealing with obstacles and dealing with skills. Communication skills, behavioral skills, how to deal with obstacles like criminal justice. And in fact, the sheriff called me and said, will you take my AB 109 people? And I said, yeah, bring them on. And there are ways to do it, and sometimes they got to do it themselves. And they do need very, very specific skills. A lot of those guys that I worked with, yes, they had a criminal record, and yes, the live scan would slow them up, and certain jobs were out of the question. But really, to be honest, what I thought slowed them down the most was their lack of skill. And working on that was super, super important. Most of it they had to do by themselves with coaching. There's no other way to do it. I do think one thing counties can do much better, whether it's a clinician, someone running a work group, someone from the wellness center, is get some employees on board, employers on board. And just say, look, can we do a trial here? If I recommend some people, can we try a couple of people, see how they work? Trinity County has a high unemployment rate, so that was very tough. But we were able to do it. And as long as they felt that the risk-benefit ratio was worth it, and they felt that they trusted the people making the recommendations, it worked. But having to do that outreach is important. Thank you. Yeah, it is an interesting group to work with. I like it myself.
So do we.
I'm weird. Yeah.
I just want to share, in Motor County, the judges have worked a deal with the Wellness Center where some people have been successful. So they get assigned through the judge to come to the Wellness Center to do community service. And for every hour they serve, they get knocked off, let's say, $15 an hour, which is actually better than the going rate in town.
Right.
And so the Wellness Center has people, but it's been worked out. Now, this Wellness Center has had to get legal counsel to make sure that, that's okay. But once it's legally cleared by the attorney, then it's okay. And just think, when I was talking about $50 like a month, that's working for three. That's like $3 for one day. But I can go back to to others and say, I know where he was. He took a shower. He came here. He was emptying the trash cans. But he was not at the emergency room. He was not taking other people's time. For $3, I kept him there. And he feels proud and happy. So, you got a choice.
It can work, but sometimes people need some, not only the support, not only the skill development, but they need to adjust their own mental models as well. One of the issues that I had, and maybe this is a little more unique to Trinity or Humboldt, is that because they don't have work history, it seemed a whole lot easier to go back into the forest and do marijuana trimming. And say, I made a lot more money doing that. And say, yeah, but you're not building anything. It's like, if you do a volunteer job, that's something you can actually write on a resume. They don't really want to see this trimming job.
I just had a question. Have any of you been involved with the IPS model out of Dartmouth for work? You guys don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, they did a big study, and it's an individualized employment model.
Right. The IPS.
The IPS.
Yes.
So
yes.
it's how it's an approach, and you can get trained. And I was just curious because we were looking at it, but I hadn't run into anyone locally.
I've done individual employee models. I tend to use a hybrid. Some of them, it really depends, again, on the level of dysfunction the person has. Some people need a more supportive model, which is...
And this is supported employment. I mean, this is it's very individualized based on the person. It's not fitting them into a program.
Sorry, I'm getting a little off track here, but this is where the terminology gets a little fuzzy. The individual models tend to, yes, there is some coaching and some support, but they place people in actual real jobs in the community. Right. Very often when you hear the term supported employment, what they're really talking about is sheltered workshops. Yeah, which are specifically designed for people with lower functions, whatever. So there are different models, but the individual placement model works really well. Okay. So one other point I want to make about the occupational, though, as I said, it's not necessarily about paid employment, is helping people appreciate and honor any productive role that they may have. Productive means you're doing something for somebody or someplace. It could be a volunteer thing. There's lots of productive roles people have, even for yourself. If you own a dog, the role of pet ownership is a productive role. You've got to feed them and walk them and eat them, all that stuff. Take them to the vet. All of those things can be translated into something people can feel proud of, people can identify with. Even eventually, if they want to do more an employment model, that can go on a resume. Here's how I mastered responsibility. Those kind of things are huge. People who do not have productive roles, and again, I freely admit this may be my bias coming from a rehab perspective, but it's very hard to feel good about yourself if you have no productive roles for a lot of reasons. So when people immediately say, don't talk to me about work, I can't lose my benefits. Okay, first of all, that isn't quite true. We can work on that, but let's not talk about money right now. What do you do that's a productive role? And look at it that way first. A lot of people are really scared. The other reason a lot of people are really scared is because they've already failed, usually multiple times. So starting small seems to work. The physical dimension of wellness, that's kind of obvious, if, particularly if people need some accommodations. One thing we all need to be far more aware of in mental health and is that we have an aging population. And a number of people who have serious mental illness are more and more likely to be developing physical illnesses as well. Cardiovascular and diabetes among the top. So we're all going to have to get better at, well, for lack of a better word, it's an overused word, more holistic look at what's happening with people and some of the physical limitations that they may be dealing with. I've seen this a lot, not only in the fact that there's aging populations, because that many of the people that we work with in mental health settings have a history of lifestyle events that dramatically decrease their physical health. It could be substance abuse. It could be domestic violence. It could be street violence. But you are more and more going to be dealing with people who are challenged with physical health issues and how to deal with that along with their mental health issues. The lines are blurring more and more, not just between roles, but between separating out different forms of disability. I also talk about sensory overload. One thing that I'm fairly competent in and address a lot is sensory processing disorders. You may or may not know that when the DSM-5 was being created, there was a huge fight over whether to list sensory processing dysfunction as a distinct disorder. It did not. It didn't make it into the DSM-5 for a number of reasons. I can say with a surety that people do have sensory processing difficulties, and I'll talk about that in a minute. However, I have mixed feelings on whether it should have been listed as a diagnosis. You know why they really wanted it listed as a diagnosis? It's easier to get reimbursed for. It really boils down to that. I don't think anyone who knows this stuff denies that there are sensory processing problems, but they could be symptoms of other diagnoses. So, but the point I'm bringing out here in terms of participation and inclusion is that there are a lot of people who get completely overloaded with sensation when they're out in the community. It's too loud, it's too busy, it's too much light, it's too much sound. And then there are other people, and I'll talk about this later on this afternoon when we talk about symptoms, who crave sensory input and therefore do things like get in people's faces and touch them too much or whatever because they're looking for that. So sensory problems are a pretty big issue when talking about participation. Okay. Intellectual dimension of wellness. What I'm really thinking of here is if you're not getting out and about, are you getting any stimulation? Is everything always the same? Our brains crave variety, and if you don't get it, it's not a stimulating environment. It can be overstimulating, and then environment is kind of all of the above. So is that chart helpful? Seeing how all those different dimensions can affect one's ability to participate or be included? Any other questions? Okay, I want to talk a little bit about how you, as a partner to this person, move forward in helping them meet particular goals or helping them be able to participate and be more included. The term you see in the professional literature a lot is therapeutic relationships. You all heard of that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Most of the time, if you look up definitions of therapeutic relationship, they say that it's a professional relationship between a professional or a clinician and a client. I chose not to talk about it in terms of therapeutic relationships because, as we've talked about all morning, the map is changing. We have a lot of peers and a lot of volunteers and a lot of family members taking on the role as coach or helper or change agent. So I decided to focus on one part of the therapeutic relationship. I actually think I have therapeutic relationships with a lot of people that have nothing to do with my clinical background. Are you helpful? If you talk about the root word therapy, it's about being helpful. But there's one part of therapeutic relationship I like a lot. It's called establishing a working alliance. and it doesn't matter whether you're a professional or not. Okay? What do you do to establish that collaboration, that alliance? I think the first thing you actually have to do is go back to those frameworks. Are you approaching this relationship from a medical model, from a social model, or a rehab model? Most of the time it's kind of a hybrid, but you need to communicate that. One of the first things I tell people, they want to tell me about all their problems with their medication. I say, you know, that's not me. I'm not dismissing it. I'm not saying it's not important. But for the purposes of our relationship, we're going to focus on your skill set. Okay? Set the parameters. Sometimes I think that's harder for peers because they want to do everything all the time, which brings up the next point. You identify the place and the time, the context. You know, we are going to work this time in this place on these things in this way. The more honest and clear you are about that, the less likely you are to get in trouble. I think with peers, it's a little harder. I think in rural areas, it's a little harder. Those of you from small counties, it's like, when do you stop? Okay. Do they show up at your house? Because everyone knows where you live. Are they talking to you in the grocery store and loudly so everyone can hear? What I've seen this with some of the peer providers I work with who are incredible people, but I tell them all the time their hearts are too big. You've got to be able to set limits. Or first of all, the biggest problem if you don't is you burn out. No one, no matter how caring they are, no matter how skilled they are, can work 24/7. Okay. You're damaging your own health, and then you're not available for anybody else. So I think the easiest way to do that is to establish this context. Talk about when I'm a peer specialist, or when I'm your OT, or when I'm your social worker, or when I'm your case manager, or whatever, in this role, we're going to meet 3 times a week, and we're going to work on this. And then come up with some standard lines to set those limits. You're not being mean. Being able to say, you know, if they accost you on the corner and say, my landlord's yelling at me and blah, 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 and say, okay, here's the deal. We have an appointment on Tuesday. We'll talk about it then. If you need immediate help, you need to go down to the center and talk to the crisis worker. And one of the things I do tend to do is say, is this really a crisis? Can I wait till Tuesday? But again, that's not being mean. You are going to be more efficient. You're going to get more done if you don't get soaked into every tangent that happens. So you can be more productive in your working alliance if you do that. Clarifying the purpose of the roles, establishing boundaries. I think you do have to provide safety and trust. It's very important that people know confidentiality. Even peer providers and volunteers have to be trained on this. And what is not confidential? I've stopped people from telling me things. If you tell me that, I need to report it. Stop. Do you really want to do that? I think sometimes people do. They want someone else to report. But the more open you are about your limitations in a particular role, the better you're going to be able to see real change. This is something I've worked with the peer specialists in Trinity a lot on. It's like, if your role gets very diluted, if you're everything to everybody, you're their friend, their buddy, the person who takes them to the food kitchen, how do you know if you've made change? How do you know you've been successful? What are the outcomes? We're all talking about outcomes these days. If you predefine that role and are very clear with it, you're not letting anyone down. And you can see what really changes. Yes.
Okay. By my experience, one thing that I'd like to share with the team here is that when you talk about working alliance,
yes.
Sometimes clinicians and case managers or caseworkers, they don't realize how much a wellness center will actually go to do. And so what we have is that we have a team approach where there's a meeting, and so the person says, the clinician or the case manager says, we were talking about him doing this, and we were thinking that maybe at the wellness center he could practice XYZ.
Absolutely.
So would you guys be able to work with it? And then we set it up. And so it's like a handoff, handshake, and then there's going to be feedback, like you're talking about. You know, there's going to be conversation about it. How is that going for you? How's it working? It doesn't always succeed, but sometimes not only does it help that, but it also sets the foundation for the future.
Yes. But I agree with you. I think that those team approaches are the best, and people have different skills and different amount of time and all that. The thing to be careful of is to communicate that with the individual. That you are not rejecting them because you're asking Sally to work with them instead of you. That's Sally's role. And the more upfront you are with that, the less problems.
There's going to be feedback.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So how did that go? You know, we talked about you being able to do that, and were you able to do it? But it's sometimes hard because now you have a wellness center to feedback too.
Right.
And they say, yeah, he fit in with everybody else.
Right. The big problem that I've seen with wellness centers, or maybe it's just the people I've worked with, is when do you stop? When do you transition out of it?
A little bit with the people you work with, too.
Yes.
I know them personally.
Yes.
They got big hearts.
They got big hearts. Yes, they do.
Yeah.
But when you think of it this way, if particularly you're in a situation where new clients are always going to come and you're not willing to let go of anyone,
Right.
something's got to give.
Yeah.
So again, I think the more you do this up front, the better. It's like, yes, I will still see you at the wellness center, but for the purpose of this one-on-one we've been doing, it's 3 months.
And when you wear so many hats,
Yeah.
and you're in,
Very
like,
hard.
I had to learn that a few years ago and I had to walk away from one of my own support systems, and I'm thinking about going back, but because I felt like I was going there, and then all of a sudden these people started showing up there, and I can't share my own stuff there now because all of my people are there.
I know,
And I'm like,
right.
it felt so uncomfortable because they wanted to talk about the center and their stuff, and I'm like, and so I kind of stepped back because it felt awkward. And so, and I started experiencing that where I was getting my help, now they all are, and now I'm working there. And it was okay when I was just going there for support, but now I'm working there, and it started to get convoluted a little bit.
Absolutely.
So I then needed to find support elsewhere.
Right.
And so I understand that completely. When you're in a small town and then you start working there, it gets very convoluted.
Oh, you bet.
And now I'm at a place where now I can go back because I had to develop those boundaries to say, that's where I work, this is for me. And I couldn't do that first. It was very hard to do.
In rural areas, it is really tough. I mean, because you have to deal with your own emotional baggage. We've had situations a lot. I hate to say it.
It was easier to
A new
isolate
client
and
comes
tell them
in,
no.
You know, who used to be your cousin and married your, you know, and it's like, how do you deal with that? You know, it's very tough. But I think the peer specialist role in particular, because they, particularly in centers like this, do wear so many hats. The more you can communicate, in this place at this time, this is our role. And I'm not rejecting you when you want to go off and do
I didn't know how to
it.
do that, and now, I mean, because there is no real training. I think that's important for whoever is in a role when they're taking on peer specialists to really look at training for them, because that doesn't really happen. So I think that's important to know.
That was one of the reasons actually Trinity County hired me. I did do clinical work for them, you know, bill for services stuff, but rehab. But I was also a consultant for the Wellness Center and did do a lot of those trainings.
Because it's very hard, and it was just easier to isolate than tell people no, because you see the jilted look, and now I'm able to go back because I've had a little bit of training elsewhere. And so whoever's listening, it's important that you train people before you hire them or when you hire them, because it's
And I think
hard.
the training needs to be ongoing, because you don't know what you don't know until you're doing it.
Right.
So that level of support. One more.
You know, the thing I was saying is, like, Shoshana went all the way up to Alturas, and we thank her for that, because she goes and checks it out. So places like this are where we actually come back to her and say, we would like training on this.
Yeah.
But the thing, I mean, when I started coming here, this was California Institute of Mental Health.
Right.
And in the 4 years I've been coming, now it's behavioral. So it includes also substance use. And all of a sudden, the Wellness Center also includes substance use.
Right.
So, yeah, our skills have had to increase to be able to handle that.
Thank you. So the last comment I have on here is when you have this working on a working alliance with someone, you need to be able to honor their vision of the future. and then develop the goals around it. I want to talk a little bit about honoring vision. Vision to goals. A lot of clinicians don't like visions, and I'll tell you why. They think they're logic. A vision statement is a broad and motivational and positive view of a hoped future. The description helps clarify and emphasize ambitions and future goals for a happy life. I don't think we do this enough with clients. Visions can be very, very powerful. Clinicians tend not to like them because they're too fuzzy, usually too grandiose. Clients often are not encouraged to have a vision for their future. Because, again, I think there's been a cycle of failure. They haven't succeeded in the past. It's almost like they're embarrassed to tell you what their real vision is. So having that kind of open conversation, I think, is really enlightening. You get to know so much about a person. But it doesn't mean you can stop there. I'll give you an example, and we're going to work on this one in a couple of different activities. A young man comes to you. You do have to develop some rapport before someone will just tell you what their vision is usually. Now, what's your vision of the future? What do you see yourself doing or being in 5 years from now or whatever? I worked with a young man who said, in 5 years, I'm going to own my own recording studio. That's my vision. Now, the clinician part of me is sitting there going, this guy has a payee and can't budget his money well enough to buy a pack of cigarettes. How is he going to run a business? Right? So, in the old medical model, when it was hierarchical and we always thought we were in charge, we would tend to crush people inadvertently, but we did a lot. We would either say they were delusional or unrealistic, and it was our job to do reality orientation. Think about what we did to some people's dreams doing that. We did it all the time. Sometimes from a very good place. We saw people like spinning their wheels and not going forward and not coming up with plans that were going to work and they weren't going to go anywhere, and we were so intent on making sure that they changed, we would crush these visions. I think starting with visions is great. Don't you all have a secret vision? Think for a minute. Really? In 5 years, if you could be anywhere, where would you be? Jamaica. I will be, though. And then you decide whether you can get there. So, yes, a vision statement doesn't mean it's going to happen. But it gives people hope. Someone else mentioned the importance of hope before. I think hope is a very, very powerful emotion. It gives people hope. And then you establish the goal to get there. What are the milestones along the way? Most important, you have to understand the obstacles. Why can't someone do this? Why not? In the young man I told you about, one of the big problems was money management. So that was one of the obstacles. He had real problems with that. And then you have to also, on both sides, be willing to modify the vision as needed. Lots of times, if you don't crush someone from their dream, whatever it is, I'm going to be a brain surgeon, I'm going to have a music studio, whatever. Okay, let's get started. What do we need to do? We start working on goals. About halfway through, you go, I don't want to do this. This is a lot of work. You know, it's like, let them decide to alter their vision. Don't try to alter it for them. I think all of us, even the ones trained in more medically oriented therapy positions, have gotten better about this. But not entirely. There's still a lot of control issues on these things. And then be willing to develop specific objectives. Does that all make sense? Okay. I believe, back up here a minute. You have a little worksheet on this, I think. That's where I did my first worksheet. Yeah. There's a worksheet in here. I want you to, first of all, we need to stretch. It's been too long. Do we need a bathroom break yet? You want to take a little break? Yeah. Okay, let's take a little break. Try to make it short. We'll do a couple breaks, and then we're going to do a little work on this worksheet.
What you said, there was a guy that I was working with.
and he had a special ed route. He went to college, everybody said, I said, let's kick it. He went, and you know what, he canceled it. He said, I just don't like to share a dorm room, because I've always been on my own. But that was his job. He wasn't trying to, he needed the college accepted him. He was able to get approved.
Yeah, exactly.
But then he, on his own terms, turned it down.
Exactly. Exactly.
So is there a anomaly in Sutter County? So that's the issue with talking on the information. I'm trying to find, like, information. My mom tried to, she called me and I lived on me in Humboldt, and I'm part of the board in Humboldt. And she called me and asked me, and I tried to find it online for one of the last thing you want to do is
Yeah.
yeah, they tried to find group.
Stop showing.
No.
Oh, okay. And then I exit this.
I would just Google NAMI,
Well, that's what I.
Marysville or something.
That's what I did,
And it wasn't.
Maybe you were looking for
California, there's a statewide NAMI office in Sacramento. You have to be careful, you might get Sacramento NAMI. But what you want is NAMI California's office in Sacramento.
Oh, you're.
And ask them. It may be that it was, that they developed, I don't know.
And I put a message saying,
or I wonder if they.
They do family to family assessment. They do family to family in Yolo County. And they do peer to peer, so that.
Yeah, I know they do peer to peer, because, I was talking to somebody, when we did peer to peer, there was somebody there. So.
yeah, that's what I'm doing too.
Okay, so now she has her hand out, so I'm gonna.
Remotely.
Actually, that's not the same thing we have.
Isn't that the one that, you triggered your. Well, let me go on my own. Yeah, but they have that here. Showing John was one of my trainers.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Shoshana, you know what?
Perhaps when you're in peer to peer class.
No, and that, appearance is a little different. It's with his.
My place, 15, at least 11 comes on.
Sarah was, I mean, it was okay, and then they revamped it. It was permanent to like this, it was a little better. But, the population, people that took it, they were okay with it, but there was some good information in there.
And we have clients that have been here 50.
I mean, I limited it, you take that as you leave the rest, and, I just say it didn't help, and I learned everything I've ever done.
And then there's a couple that
There's one thing that I have taken, I've done an interact, so when you're done,
you know, all the
all the things I've ever done.
they just move along together.
Nobody.
Right?
Behind.
Yeah, just
suicidal stuff.
oh, yeah.
And having a plan for what if you feel
Right,
it comes
and it's not just one people, I mean, it's like you have your daily plan, and then everything breaks down, it's like steps before you get to the crisis.
It's a new process.
And then you're like, oh, okay, let me go back to this before everything just explodes, and.
2 years we've seen it on like, they've been in and out of. Yeah. So they can on and off. But as far as we know, I heard somebody, well, you're moving.
Why are we going over this a million times? Like, I want to leave the classroom the second day. It's so ridiculous. Literally, they told me to skip his hands. Okay. But.
I know what a job is.
So it was pitched.
Well, I know what recovery is.
more out of it than you were.
Remember, things don't.
Well, I haven't done it.
And can I create a job to do that? You're the new. You're the, and so then we go to the tandem budget.
On Amazon.
Yeah, there you go. Well, this is- you can save them now. It's
Yeah,
just-
really well with your strength.
Yeah, and then of course, some people will. This is exactly what we want. We consider ourselves a bridge.
Yeah, I mean, anything really difficult.
Might have been named.
That's what you would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do that group at, we were doing that group at our wellness center for a while.
If people like it.
Yeah, yeah, I like that one, it's pretty.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Dry, it's a recovery. You keep dry.
With me, and during the breaks, if you want to look at them. For those of you who are interested, especially in the recovery definitions that I was giving, I took it a little bit further because I looked more at rehab, but I found this book by Mike Slade to be one of the best on recovery and mental illness. It's called Personal Recovery and Mental Illness. He's from Great Britain. He works at King's College, and I know the staff there. They're doing awesome stuff. Partly, don't forget, Great Britain has a National Health Service, so all healthcare is coordinated and public and available to everyone. So their ability to do this kind of stuff in the community is very good. But this is a really good book, available on Amazon if you're interested. Take a look at that. So what I have up here on the screen is the worksheet that is in your packet. And I just want you to spend a few minutes. You can pair off and do this or do this in any kind of group you want. On how one would break that down. These are worksheets I make myself. You can make your own or feel free to do something like this. But if you start with the vision, now the example that I gave you was the young man who wants to run his own music studio. You can come up with that or something else. The next step after that is goals. And goals tend to be a little more concrete, tend to be a little more action-oriented. So let's just do one together. Maybe we don't even need to pair off because we'll never get through all the work I have to do if we don't do this. So let's just do this one as a group. For that young man, his long-term vision is to run his own music studio. Okay. What could you tease out of him in a conversation saying, okay, what actions do we need to take? What do you need to do to get there? What would be a goal that he may need to do? Yeah, okay. So you'd say, have you considered taking any business classes at the local community college? Is that something that might be a goal of yours? That's a good one.
I just had a question. Is this mental or behavioral?
Either, both, doesn't matter.
Because it could be a substance use issue.
Absolutely, it could be. And that may be a goal for someone. I tend not to separate the two out too much because they overlap a whole bunch, as we all know. But if you know that person and you say, you know, before you're managing a lot of money and stuff, is it a goal of yours to get clean? And that may be for that
medication compliance.
It can be, okay. But don't put words in their mouth. You know, they have this vision. Put it on them. What do you need to do to get there? And they may say, no, I don't want to take business classes. And it may be a cue that they're going to change their vision pretty fast. And that's okay. But let them come to that. What other goals might they have?
I would just also say, rather than put it so directive, is let's brainstorm some of the things that you need to look at.
Right. And that would be a good place to start. We're going to put this on fast forward just for the purpose of this exercise.
Okay.
But you're right. That is how you would probably get there. What goals might lead to owning your own studio? I think taking the business classes would be fun.
Opening a savings account.
Good one. Okay. Yeah, maybe we need to take a look at saving some money because to start any business takes a lot of money.
Even if it's just $1 a day, $1 a month, $10 a month. I mean, just a small amount. Even a payee could even help him do that.
Right. And it might be 2 years down the road to say, gee, I saved $25. It's going to take me till I'm 93 to open a music studio. Maybe I need a different vision. But they may have to come to that.
Go visit a music studio and interview someone.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Find out what they think are the steps.
That's a good idea.
I want to ask what kind of business. If it turns out what he wants to do is stencil street numbers in front of houses, then the steps he needs to take to achieve owning that business are much different than if he plans
This example was
Motors.
This example was the guy who wanted to run a music studio. So aside from business classes, I'm amazed, particularly young people who just because they can, run an iPhone, think that they know all the technology involved. It's really different. Visiting one would be a good idea. I like your idea. But also, sound tech is a huge field. If they may want to audit a class on sound technology at a local community college. And take one look at that board and say, nah.
And music classes.
Yeah. Yeah. And usually people's visions come from their hobbies and loves. And, this particular young man who I based this on knows lots of music. But the technology involved in actually running a sound studio is very different. So then, in my little worksheet here, you have the goal. I'm going to go to school for business, or I'm going to learn more about what it takes to run a business, or I'm going to learn how to do the soundboard, or I'm going to get an internship.
Doing a research on what is exactly.
I'm going to do research on what the classes I would need are, or I'm going to do research on how to incorporate a business. So let's take one of them. Which one do you like the best?
I think to being able to open a business, any business, you need to know what a business, what the responsibilities or what is the.
I'm going to learn how to create a business. That's the goal. So the steps, and I just drew little on my worksheet here. You can see what you have, but I'll pull this down for the other people. Breaking down the steps. I'm going to learn how to run a business. Step 1 on the milestones may be visiting a business, your idea. What else could be a step to get there?
Looking in the phone book for the different ones to visit.
Yep.
Or look online, however, I mean, we
Yep.
have digital today, so,
Yeah.
I mean, looking for
Okay,
the
do your
different music
research.
studios, yeah.
In my experience, what I've seen is, do you have the enough customers where you live? And that, like in the county, great idea, but this county doesn't have that many customers.
Okay, that'd be part of what's called a business plan. How do you write a business plan? I need to learn that. I need to do what's called a needs assessment. Is it going to work here? And that's when you start getting into the nitty-gritty with them. And, if this is really going to work, you may need to go see her over in Arcata. Right? Maybe. Are you willing to relocate? That's an issue that often comes up with these decisions. I want to go to school. Really, the community college extension in Trinity County of Shasta Community College is not going to give you what you want. Are you willing to go to Chico or Colombo? That kind of stuff. I need to learn how to do the application to college. These are all steps. Again, this worksheet doesn't have to be the way you do it. I find having worksheets where people actually write stuff is a reinforcer. They can take it home with them. Breaking it down into vision, goals, and steps makes it more real. And then you can work on one thing at a time. Okay. And remember what I said about if you're doing it from a rehab perspective, they have to do something in their own environment. I'm a big one for kind of assigning homework. I don't call it that. But it's like, great, we'll talk about this again next week. In the meantime, before we meet again, I want you to go on the internet and find what they have about music studios in the area. This is another way to set limits, and again, it's not being mean. If they come back next Tuesday and say, yeah, I still want your help with the music studio, say, great, show me the research. I didn't do it. Okay, let's reschedule. I'll see you next week when you've done it. Otherwise, who ends up doing all the work? You do. And then after you told them that about the third time, because it all takes practice, and people have very bad habits. A lot of people with chronic mental illness have unfortunately gotten used to other people doing their thinking for them and their work for them. And you're not doing them any favors. Are they going to achieve that goal if they've done nothing between Tuesday and Tuesday and just wait to see you again? So it could be, maybe you forgot. Let's write it down. Maybe you need a reminder. Here's your notebook. Let's write this down. Before next Tuesday, you're going to have this done. The next step. Sounds basic, but how many of you have had that situation?
Anne?
Yeah.
Sorry. This is a question from a webinar participant. Do any counties use peers to fulfill this role?
Yes. It varies a lot. depending on the model that's used within a county. Some of these kind of things can actually be done by volunteers if they're properly trained and they have some supervision. Some are done by paid peer counselors. Up in Trinity County, we have what's called the MOST team. It's the Milestones Outreach Support Team. Think about that for a minute. I'm the one who created it, and I still can't remember. But they do one-on-one. It's almost like light case management, and it's these kind of goals that they would work on. So it does vary, whether they're county employees or not, whether they're volunteer or paid. But I do think, again, this is not specifically trained theoretic professional therapy skills. Yes, you do need some skills to do this, but the goals are coming from the individual. All you're doing is helping them fine-tune it.
So one of the things, okay, so you wrote it down in their notebook, and then they show back up.
Mm-hmm.
What's one way you suggest they showed back up, nothing happened? And this might happen 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
What's a way you suggest to motivate them to, or encourage them to have this habit?
Right.
Because you're right, they have had people think and do for them because they're institutionalized for so long,
right.
And they've lost interest,
right.
you know, and they just don't,
right.
I forgot, I
right.
didn't feel like, not so much they didn't feel like it, it's not there.
Right.
So how do you?
There's a couple of different things going on, and later on we're going to talk some about symptoms because those are the
I'll
big
wait
options.
for later on.
But no, in the meantime, I do want to answer you because some of it may be brief. All I can do is tell you what I would say.
Okay.
And I might say to someone, sounds like you're having real trouble doing this. What can I do to help you get it done? And it may be, you know, I don't remember things very well. I'll say, okay, do you write them down? Do you have a notebook? Do you need a notebook? Here, I got one. Here, let's write it down right now. You got a date book. I give out date books galore. And I sit with people and say, okay. And one of the things that I find a lot of people need if they just have bad habits about this stuff is structure. To say, pick a time. When are you going to make your phone call? Or when are you going to go on the internet? No, my internet doesn't work at home anymore. Great, we have one at the center here. Pick a time, 2 o'clock on Thursday. I know that helps me, and I tell people that. So unless I set my own deadlines, it probably isn't going to happen. So providing structure, offering some cues, like I can't do this for you, but what can I do to help you do it?
So it would be okay to assist them, like maybe call them and, I mean, just to help give them practice and, okay. Because I don't want to enable them, but right. I know that it's so
Usually
hard.
what I do is I ask people what they need.
Okay.
And some people, again, remember my rule of thumb here. If you're doing a rehab perspective, these things take practice. If people have had no practice taking responsibility for these things, a lot of people lead very chaotic lives. They don't have structure in their lives. They don't have schedules. So keep in mind, although it seems like such a simple thing, looking something up in a phone book or making a few phone calls, if you're not used to doing that, if you don't have the kind of habits, and these are work habits, by the way. I talk about this even in my work skills groups. These are habits, and you need to practice to make it a habit. So, no, I don't think that's enabling. That's a good point. We all are very concerned about that. It's what can I do to help you do it? And no, by the way, I'm not going to do it for you.
Okay.
That's the limit. And sometimes, if it keeps happening and the phone calls don't work and the date book doesn't work, I can be very blunt sometimes. I was born in New York. I can't help it. But I will say, it sounds like maybe this isn't as important to you as you thought it was. And they go, yeah, you know, not really. Okay, great. Let's come up with another goal. That's okay. People have a right to change their mind, but you got to give them a chance. One of the things with the structure, I didn't think of it as a handout, but a thing that I use a lot is the time clock. Say, let's look at a typical day. What are you doing all day that you don't have time to make a phone call? Don't say it like that because it sounds sarcastic and it sounds nasty. But that's my thinking. And then say, look, you have this big block of time where, say, I go to meetings, I, go to the grocery store, I walk the dog. Great. Okay. Doesn't seem like anything is in your pie chart from 1 to 5. Let's use that as your productive time. You're going to do this next. That's another tool I use.
You could be also looking at symptoms. They just can't make a phone call that day.
That's right. That's right. And if there's symptoms tomorrow, right? However, lots of people in the community, they have kind of at a baseline. Yes, they may have ups and downs, and maybe one particular day is really bad, and that does happen. But what do you do to motivate yourself to do it the next day? And it may be a structure. Remember, we talked about this 1 to 5 seems to be the best time for you. It's not that the best time. Let's change it again. And it may take several times going through. Any questions about that? Feel free to use those if they're helpful to you. Any handouts that I give you? Okay. Go back to slideshow. Oh, came up with the first one somehow. Okay, this gets into what you were talking about, actually. Guidelines for understanding obstacles. What do you know? What's going on?
Sorry, on the screen, we've got the small double thing. You know how to fix that?
Oh, I don't know how to fix that. That's what Kelly fixed before.
I'll just get to
Sorry. We went out of this to show the handout. Okay, those of you on the webinar, we're going to get this full-size view, but we're looking at the slide saying Guidelines for Understanding Obstacles, which is what the crowd here is looking at. Okay, how do you know what it is you're seeing, what it is you're hearing? The first thing is to examine your own mental models. Are you automatically going to the place from a medical perspective that this is a symptom? Are you automatically going to the place that this is a lack of a skill? Or is it just something because it's who they are and it's their lifestyle and their choice and we should just accept it? It could be any of those.
And a combination thereof.
Yeah,
absolutely. You're right.
One could contribute to the other.
Absolutely.
But in a particular moment, sometimes you can be surprised how much your biases are getting in the way. It's like, oh, well, this person can't do this because they're delusional. Maybe they are, but maybe that's not the reason that's a problem at the moment. Okay. Which gets to the point about how to practice listening to their descriptions of their life events. I know some of this sounds very obvious, but all of us could use reminders of this at times. Without jumping to conclusions, like what I just said. Well, of course, this guy is like completely delusional, and that's why he's going in. That's jumping to a conclusion. It may indeed be something very different. Avoiding comparison with others. We all fall into this trap. I think peer specialists have a particular challenge with this. I've heard peer specialists say this. I know exactly what you're going through because I've been there. You may know what they're going through. They may be going through something very different, and you're putting your own experiences on it. Sometimes, for those of us like me who've been around forever, tend to fall into the habit of comparing what we're hearing to other patients we saw, other clients we saw. Oh, no, I know this story. This is just like Johnny. No, it's not. It's an individual with their own configuration of things. Consulting and collaborating with others. This is one of the reasons I like the psych rehab model. It is more based on collaboration. It's not about clinicians over here and peers over here. And I like what you said about a team approach. It's in every team, in every group, there's going to be different strengths, there's going to be different experiences. There may be one person who really understands psychopathology and symptoms really well. And you may want to go to that person and say, help me understand what it is that this person's going through. Another person may really understand domestic violence very well, either because they've experienced it or because they've worked with it. So may have a better insight into trauma. So there's all different kinds of scenarios. So the more you talk with others, the better. And the most important thing, and what I want to move on to, is how do you get the information? Now, I showed you an example there of a worksheet. I tend to like worksheets, mainly because it's something concrete that people can take home with them. And I like creating them. It's a little craft hobby. But I also, as an educator, and one of my degrees is in education, I look at multimodal ways, different ways of both getting and giving information. And what I mean by that is some people are very auditory. They tend to do well in the kind of classic psychotherapy groups where you sit and talk. Some people, after like 2 minutes, are totally tuned out. They don't retain auditory information. And a lot of people, particularly the people we work with, are not very good at communicating orally. They can't put their experiences into words very well. So it's kind of funny that in mental health, auditory, verbal communication tends to be the primary method used, but also tends to be the weakest learning area for most people with mental illness. So that never made a lot of sense to me. But that is the way it is. Let's talk about it. But if you can't put your experiences in words, and you can't remember what that person's telling you anyway, how far are you going to get with that? Now, I'm not saying you should never interview someone. Of course you do. And of course you talk with them. But it doesn't have to be your only way of getting information. Drawing, writing, visual, and kinesthetic is very important. You know what I mean by kinesthetic? Action, doing, physical. So practice. If we were talking earlier this morning about the bus, it's like you can show someone maps galore. You can talk them through it. You know how they're going to learn it? Well, let's walk over to the bus stop and get on. It's experiential learning and kinesthetic learning is very powerful. So the more you can do different kinds of things. But when you're trying to get information, I think doing some variety of things, not just interview, is very, very helpful. And I tend to use a lot of things like that. Okay? Any questions about that? Yeah.
Just to share, I learned, just by experience, I learned that sometimes in groups I would learn more about, some people like to listen and learn, and that's how they get better. Other people get better by talking.
Right.
And then another case that I didn't really think about was that in going with the person side by side, we just walked around the block, and we got more done that way than any other way. They were not, face to face was confrontational.
Right.
Side by side was, it worked.
Walking therapy works great. Yeah, it does. I've done that myself. Take a little while. But also in terms of the skill development, I was thinking of the bus thing. We had, and this may be something you want to try in your county, we had Trinity Transit bring one of their buses to the Wellness Center. We had people climbing in and out of it, walking all over it, and then they took them for a ride around town. But, you know, it was supposed to be an educational system on how to use the bus system. But he really did it right. This is not a trained therapist. He's just a guy who works at Trinity Transit. And he said, I'm going to bring the bus over. Good idea. You know, so he brought the bus over, and, you know, they got to sit in the seats. They got to see where the money goes. They got to talk to the driver. They got to see how steep the steps were. Some people had trouble with that. And then he went around and showed them where all the stops in town were, took them for a ride. And immediately, people, the anxiety level of taking transit was like way down. So that was fun. That guy was really nice. He said, yeah, he's the driver. You can talk to him. So this is a guy who had no specific training in educational techniques, but he knew intuitively this was going to work, and he was right. So anyway, let's move on. For the remaining of the time this morning, I'm going to teach you a tool. It's called the Cower model. And it is designed by an occupational therapy professor, a Japanese man by the name of Michael Iwama. I've done workshops with him. It's really cool. But this is, you don't have to be an OT to use this tool. But it is an evidence-based tool. They've been doing a lot of studies on its use. And I'm going to teach you how to do it, and we're going to do one. What the CAWA model is, it's a visual representation of a person's context, environment, themselves, within a context. And you have, I'm going to talk you through this. It's going to sound a little confusing at first, but really when you do it, it's always simpler than when I tell you. This is a worksheet that's in there where you're going to do your drawing. And again, you are free to use these. If you need an electronic copy, I think we're going to put all these on the web, right?
Yes.
Okay. You can download them from there. If for any reason you can't access them, I'd be happy. My email is all over this thing. Feel free to email me, and I'll send you any electronic copies. So what this is here, in this little picture, is a cross-section of a river. See this little picture at the bottom? It's like if you took a slice, okay, and it shows the river. So this personal narrative identifies strengths as well as areas of concern as perceived by the individual. That's important. There is no one way to do this. There is no right or wrong. It's how that person views their life. In terms of the research that's been collected, it's very applicable cross-culturally for those of you who work within different cultures. As I said, one of the reasons Michael Iwama designed it is from an Asian perspective, a lot of the techniques used in mental health services weren't working up very well. They tend to appear to be too confrontational. This is particularly not so much here where a lot of the Asian Americans are more acculturated, but when they tried to translate them and use these techniques, particularly in Japan, but also in Taiwan and Hong Kong, they were having difficulty with it, some of the concepts. So Michael came up with this one. The concept of a metaphor works particularly well in Asian cultures, but they have looked at it in many cultures. And metaphors are actually really easy for people to understand. They're concrete, they're visual, they can be very personalized. When I've done this up in Trinity County, I've particularly emphasized the natural world part of it. The lifeblood of Trinity County is the Trinity River. So having a model about a river really makes sense to a lot of people. People actually really enjoy doing this. Universal, metaphorical, and naturalistic concepts. That last one there, we're going to talk about how you do this with an individual on how to understand their life story. But you can actually use this for groups and communities. When I was first teaching this model at Trinity Behavioral Health, the last thing I wanted is to sit around with a bunch of clinicians and hear their life stories. One, they probably wouldn't want to tell me, and I really didn't want to hear it. So what we did as the activity was very different. We analyzed the organization, and we did it in small groups. And so it actually works very well for that. What are the assets of this organization? What are the liabilities? What is the support we have? And so they did it that way. It was really fun. The other thing that's very cool about this particular model is that it can be used as an assessment. It can also be used as an outcome measure. You can do it at the beginning of your intervention. What's going on? What are your assets and liabilities? What's your support system like? Then do it again in 6 months. And show them the picture. Here's your life. Look at the difference. You can write that up as a really nice evidence-based outcome. Looks very cool. Okay. I'm not going to take questions yet because I'm sure it's still a little fuzzy to you what I'm doing here. So Kawa, by the way, in Japanese means river. That's not an abbreviation or anything. And I gave you the website there if you want to learn more about it. And so what this river is, it symbolizes one's journey through life. And again, you're looking at a cross section of it. And the river upstream represents the past, while the lower stream represents the future. But we're looking at it in the present. A free flowing river, meaning if the water is rushing through, that means good health. Okay, so the water represents, you can call it a lot of different things, energy, chi, depending on your background. But the water represents your health. So a river that's impeded, blocked up by rocks or driftwood, or has a very shallow bank, that represents a problem or ill health. I gave you a couple of samples. In your package, you'll see some pictures here. Now these ones, usually when I do it, I have people draw them. And I have colored pencils and markers I'm going to share with you to draw your own. I usually just use this, but for some people I found they immediately say, oh, I don't like to draw. I can't do this, sorry. Oh, I have these magnet boards. I get magnet boards about this big, and I have pre-cut magnets. And so these are all samples that were done with magnets. And when people, for those on the webinar, once I get people started on doing theirs, I will backtrack and show you these samples if you want. So the first one there, these brown things are the blobs. They are the driftwood. Now, there's a little key here on the bottom of the drawing, as you can see. The water is life, energy, and health, shaped by the environment. The river bank, so the brown part, the river bank is the physical, economic, political, social, and cultural environment, everything that's outside. Okay, it's the bank. Now, the one problem with doing a magnet board is that you have to kind of have a set bank on a magnet. So that's not changeable. People can do some creative things to change it. But drawing, and that's the first thing you notice. Now, I'm not going to get into a lot of psychoanalytic interpretations. It's not what this is about. People tell you what things mean, okay? But you do notice some trends, okay? If someone has a very deep trough, they got a lot of life. Now, it may be chaotic, it may not be going well, but the energy is there, and people do draw it that way. I had one woman who had a very shallow one, but then she colored in a bunch of water, and it was all over the place. And I asked her about that, and she goes, oh, people always tell me I have no boundaries. It was like, so true, it's right there in the picture. So you get a look at this. And then the driftwood and the rocks. The rocks are more immutable than the driftwood. The rocks represent difficulties, circumstances, or symptoms that really are tough to change. Okay? So people have driftwood. Let me talk about driftwood a little more. Driftwood can be either asset or liability. Is it a good thing or not? Is it a helpful thing or not? And sometimes I tend to think of driftwood as kind of a common one is your personality trait. So, for example, humor could be a piece of driftwood. Depending on how you use it, it could be a liability. It could be you're always sarcastic and not taking anything seriously and not doing anything. Or it could be a coping mechanism and be very healthy. It's the same thing. So the driftwood depends a lot on where you place it. Or what you call it. Some people have driftwood that they label persistence. Someone else may call it stubbornness. But it's the same quality, really, depending on how you use it. So driftwood is assets and liabilities. Rocks are the difficulties, the circumstances, symptoms, and issues. Driftwood and rock boulders all have different sizes. So let me show you some of these samples. In this top one, there's a great big log there, the piece of driftwood. And it's intelligence. Now, is intelligence helpful or not in that picture, where she placed it? Sometimes it kind of got in the way. It's not always the helpful thing. A big rock is Terry, that was her husband in jail. That was huge. The house is something, I'm not sure I would have called that a driftwood, but she did. And another big one is depression. But in her outside one, she also names pets and family. So the bank was pretty well established. See the little line she put there in the blue? Pretty low water line. And again, I think this is actually very, very accurate of her life. So in the next one, just to give you an example, the water's really high on this one. Put that in. Creativity, insight, the support team, anger, helping others, her cat, Milestones is the wellness center. It's hard to see the boulders, but solitary, thought and distortion symptoms. I do encourage people to label these. I'll tell you a couple more just to give you an idea. Big boulders, responsibilities, health, and budget. But the driftwood is interesting, skills and knowledge. High water level. Okay. I've also had people create some of their own elements that aren't on the original model. And a point that I always emphasize, there really isn't a right or wrong way to do this. Some people are always asking, am I doing this right? Is this okay? But I think at least a couple of times people need coaching, and that really is okay. You can give people ideas. You're not giving away the secrets. There's no... Some people get concerned that you're analyzing them. I'm not. You tell me what it means. It's fine. But anyway, in terms of creating your own elements, I had one guy who had a great big giant boulder, and he labeled it me. And that wasn't the idea of the original model. But I talked to him about it, and he goes, no, I'm my biggest obstacle. I'm my biggest problem. And okay. And then he drew another one where he added, he's a very creative guy, actually. He added a school of fish, and they were pushing the boulder up. And he said, oh, those are all my friends at the Wellness Center. I was like, okay, that's cool. And the more I got to know him, the more right he really was. He was the most obstinate, stuck person I ever knew. He was a boulder. But eventually, he got out of his own way. But it took a while, and it took accepting some help, which he did. So you get the general idea here? Okay, I'm going to wait. So, when you're doing this exercise, there's a couple of different ways you can do it. We're going to do it today with the paper. You're going to draw your own. So you need to draw the bank. You need to decide what your driftwood is, your liabilities and assets, and you need to decide what your boulders are. What are things that are really, boulders are tough to move. These are things that are just there. And they could be very big, and they could be very little. And I do often, as I'm doing this, remind people to be thorough, be creative. It's okay. Keep going with it. Don't just draw a little blue line and say, I'm done. They often do need to work with it. And that there are no right or wrong ways. Your perceptions of your own life and your interpretations are your own. Usually what I do after I let people do the exercise is and we're going to do that today. If people want to volunteer, you can. And I'll ask follow-up questions, or I'll make observations. It's like, gee, your water level's really low there. Does your life feel a little sluggish? And get them talking about it. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. I'm putting the water line higher. Fine. One of the things I look for, and let's look at these pictures, but I don't necessarily say this before they do the drawing, is remember that the water is your life energy, is your health. One of the things I look for is there places for it to flow. If there are so much rocks and driftwood piled up there, there's no flow. That's a problem. And in some of these, even though there's a lot of stuff going on and there's a lot of pretty heavy-duty rocks, there seems to be some flows away from it. So what I do after this is all over, but I'm giving you a heads up what I do with it, is say, how can we use some of these pieces of driftwood to move some of those rocks out of the way? How can we get more water flowing in your life? How can we get this energy going? And in my experience, you're not going to believe me until you do it with yourself and a few other people. In my experience, you get more information from this than from any verbal interview. It opens up all sorts of things. So I want you to try it. You can do it a couple of different ways. You can do it individually if you want, but you might want to pair up and help each other. That's fine too. One of you can be the coach, or you can just do it as one person. It is perfectly fine to do yourself. There isn't a person among us who doesn't have some of those big boulders in their life, who doesn't have some driftwood floating around. If you don't feel comfortable doing that kind of disclosure, you can role play. Maybe do what you think one of your clients would do. Okay? I am going to go around and put some drawing instruments around, but you're going to have to share. And for those of you on the webinar, I'm going to put up the worksheet here in a minute. Oh, yeah. I have crayons, markers, and colored pencils. Just leave a bunch every third person in there. And I'm going to go to work. And let's see, what time is it? 11:02. I think this will take at least 20 minutes. I want you to put some thought into it. And I'll go around and answer any questions.
Yeah, ready?
Yeah. Also regular.
Yeah, now.
Oh, look, there's a paintbrush. There's a sharpener, we can pass it around. Here's another sharpener. You guys need a sharpener?
I don't know if that's showing you anything. Finish this. I think we may have the same problem. Do we need any color? Colors will be good.
Sharpener, does anyone need a sharpener?
Sharpener, some colors. Anyone need some color or a sharpener? Okay. Color pencil, crayon. There's a box of crayons somewhere. A couple more big left. Piece of. There's a sharpener in there, and I think there's another one around somewhere. Here you go. Every time keep passing that stuff down. I think the people on this end didn't.
What is it showing? Showing, there,
All right.
Although maybe that's as big as.
And then if you're missing any color or anything, you need to call it. Okay. That's called somewhere. All right.
Well, we can share with folks downstream from us
Yeah, I think I also.
Keep drawing. Don't be afraid to help each other out. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and then I'll be around.
I love it.
Because they're.
I don't know about drawing. These little projects is fine. I think so. It's not very good. Well, you know, this is like, yeah.
Are we gonna marry each other through this?
That's done. I'm done. You're done.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet.
Whoa, whoa.
I got it.
Sharpener, anybody?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Art therapy.
My supervisor, she opens her studio. And it's really her time to finish. Her studio. Yeah, that would give them a chance to go to actually a real studio.
Oh, really? are really pretty. One of the things that I do when I use these clinically is I like to let people hold on to theirs, but I always carry either my phone or a digital camera with me, and I take a picture of it. So if you do it again in 3 months or whatever, you can compare it. If I have people write their initials in the corner so I know who they are, or sometimes I number them so I can track them.
Mm-hmm. Folders of this size, just put on that side. Me too. Yeah. A little bit of fear, always stays on that side.
Sharpen it. Okay. Sharpen it.
I don't need it.
Oh, okay. Okay, I think everyone's pretty much done. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to stand up. Stand up. Now, I would like people to pair up to do this next part. However, I want you to find someone that you don't know.
Okay.
Okay? So walk clockwise until you grab a partner of someone that you don't know. Take your model with you. You can leave everything else at the table. Find a partner you don't know.
So quick.
I agree. The other clock. It doesn't matter. Find someone you don't know and sit down. Anyone have a partner? I'm just like what you say, like. Everyone have a partner?
No, I don't.
I like to magnet. Find a partner. Oh,
I gave you the one, but they.
Where's the other? Well, my challenge is I feel like.
Oh, you both know each other.
All right.
I'll get one of
My husband. You can do it.
We just met.
My own health is always, as we grow older. That's all right. If you have an uneven number, we can do 3. That's fine. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Now, what I want you to do is, this is only as helpful as the follow-up. It's not fun to do. But if you really want the information, you have to let the other person explain it, and you have to ask clarifying questions. As I suggested, one of the things I often comment on with people is like, wow, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of water rushing through there. Or your banks are overflowing, or, comment on what you observe, but also, most importantly, let them explain their own picture. Later on this afternoon, we're going to talk a little bit more about refining objectives. We did visions and we did goals a little bit, but how do you get that? And you can't do that step without really knowing the person. This is a person's opportunity to share with you what's really going on with their life, real life context. Why I love the Cower model is because it's not about pathology. And you can keep commenting, and I say that a lot to people. Everybody has issues. Everybody has big boulders in their life. Everybody has liabilities and assets. We want to figure out how these can help you the most, or how we can move some of those obstacles, how we can get that water flowing. And it's not put in terms of, you're the sick one and I'm not. It's not put in terms of, tell me all your problems. How many of you have worked with clients who really get stuck in their own issues? Okay. If you do that kind of interview, that's all they're going to talk about. Okay. But this allows them and you to see the whole picture from the outside, the context. Okay. So what I want you to practice and work with each other on is, one, telling the story, but also how do you get the information you need from it? Tell me about this. What's going on here? Okay? Go. All right. Go ahead, Patricia. Go ahead. Raise me down if you have any questions.
We tried it, and I like the environment. I like it.
And I'm generally curious about how people are. I'm interested. The thing I only have one is trying to show them fully.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, before, and I could do everything. Yeah, I was like, but this was like, I know. I was, yeah.
So what did you, first of all, has anyone ever seen this exercise before?
Yeah, it's great. That's fun.
And I just wanted your gut level of feedback. How'd it go?
Yeah.
It is the kind of exercise, and the reason I took the time to have you actually do the exercise is because if you just read those slides cold, you wouldn't have a clue. This is a classic example of why experiential learning is so important. Unless you go through this and do it, you couldn't possibly do it with anyone else, right?
It makes you realize what really your assets and your
Yeah.
problems are.
Yeah. So could you see yourself doing this with a client? Okay. What groups of people, what kind of people you think would most benefit or you think might benefit from doing this with? What population? Oh, older, younger, what kind of problems? Any? Any particular populations or groups of people that you think I'm going to try this with? Yes.
We were just commenting that we have some patients we work with who can't read or write, so we can explain this too, and it'd be a good exercise to do that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think literacy is a huge issue in the mental health system that people don't pay enough attention to. They're always handing out forms and asking people to fill out forms, and they wonder why they're all inaccurate.
5 pages long.
Yeah, right.
And
right.
tiny little
So then
words. Fill it out, people will see you.
Yeah. So I think people who struggle with literacy, for any reason, whether it's because of language, or educational level, or cognitive level, these kinds of approaches are very good. Any particular group you can think of? Yes.
I certainly can see it with young people.
Yeah.
Because it's a visual and it just helps build insight.
Yeah.
And it's a springboard for some very, very profound conversations.
I've had people do it family member to family member.
Oh, sure.
And even though they live in the same environment, they're like, I never knew you thought that. It's kind of reframes the way you look at things.
Well, it's all about perception anyway.
Exactly.
So my perception might be very different than my daughter's.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I think kids would enjoy it.
Yes, I've done it with kids.
You had like the magnet board because they could understand like the logs and rocks and water. I mean, even children could do this exercise.
Absolutely, they can. Absolutely, they can. I've done it with kids as young as like 7. It'd be interesting to try even younger. I personally have never done that, but metaphor is one of the first cognitive constructs that you get in the hierarchy. So, yeah, I would think they could get it pretty easily. Yeah.
Time-limited support group, so like doing it at the beginning of a support group, and then when they end at 6 weeks, and seeing if you can really compare differences. I think it would be nice as well.
Beautiful. As I said, there have been many studies, and I myself have been involved in a couple of them, that have used this as an outcome measure. Yeah. Did a baseline and did it at outcome. It works really well. I also think about the verbal style of some of your clients. And what I mean by that is somebody, I think it was someone over here, mentioned they work with foster youth. Mm-hmm. I've done this with transitioning foster kids. And it works especially well in that population. With my experience, maybe your experience is different, is that one of the ways you survive the foster system is by being tough and independent. If you ask them verbally, do you have any problems? No, I'm fine. I'm cool. No problems. Get out of my way. But you do this, and a very, very different picture comes up. Because they've learned, I mean, it's a survival skill to do that. I've also done it with inmates. Jail people, AB-109ers too. It's the same thing. They've had to be tough. That is a survival mechanism. And they're not the type, whether it's foster care or people who come from very regimented, institutionalized kind of things, have learned how to be survivors. And you got to give them some credit for that. That can be a very positive thing. But as a result of that, it's viewed as a weakness to ask for help. Mm-hmm. They can't do that. So if you just say, what do you need? I'm here to help you. I don't need you. I'm fine, lady. Go away. But if they let's take a look at your life, you get a very different picture of what's going on. And they disclose actually sometimes more than they think they are. and then the follow-up conversation. Because it's not perceived as weak. Everybody's got this river. Any other groups you can think of? Yes.
Just thank you, and you've given me a tool that will help me communicate with my son who's been 10 years in Napa State Hospital.
And
I'm not gonna talk about it, I don't have any problem.
that you are quite welcome, and I think you will have some success with it. Actually, as I said, I've had families do this, family to family, brother and sister, mother and child, adult children, and you can see teenagers. This works really well with them because disclosure and it's tough. Sometimes because you don't want to deal with it and you're avoiding it. Sometimes because you don't even have the verbal skills to do it. Another whole way to do it. I would encourage you, if you're going to use it, to look at the website. The website URL is on the slide. There's all sorts of stuff there. If you work for a more traditional mental health system and everybody's worried about reimbursement and that kind of stuff, emphasize this is an evidence-based tool. You can pull off a ton of research from that website. Look at all the people around the world who are using this. I'm not just sitting there playing. And sometimes whenever, being an OT, I'm very familiar with this, when you're doing hands-on kind of activities, they can tend to be devalued, but this is one that's got a lot of substance and background to it. And again, I have used this with all different kinds of populations. And I've got a lot of success with it. So, as I said, my email address is on these slides. I would love to hear your stories. If you use this, you may come up with more questions, like I didn't anticipate this, what do you do with this? Feel free to write me. I'm more than open to that. If you just want to tell me, gee, that was great, we had fun with it, I'd love to hear that too. The more feedback I get, the happier I am for future teaching. I'm a lifelong learner. So tell me anything you come up with, I'm delighted to hear it. Any other comments on this?
I just have a really quick question. And I just hear your, and somebody else saying it a few times. What's AB 109?
I'm sorry. Always catch me when I throw acronyms or numbers at you that you don't know. And I always tell my students that AB 109 is Assembly Bill 109. That was the law that went into effect about 18 months ago, I think, where it was a release of prisoners back to their counties. They're supposedly nonviolent. Most of them are, a lot of them were drug-related offenses, but some were other nonviolent crimes. The idea was to reduce the overcrowding in the prisons, and people were supposed to serve out their sentences in the county. And particularly the rural counties really struggled with this because do not have the resources. So some of these guys, they're mostly guys, there are some women, but even prison, I think guys. Some of them are wearing ankle bracelets. Some of them have more intense probation contact. However, I think most of you can testify that the onus seems to fall on behavioral health. Not the prison authorities, but the county sheriffs and the local police departments, I think appropriately actually reached out in a lot of places and said, what can you do to help us with these guys?
Our probation department totally stepped up and partnered with our behavioral health department. We've got therapists in there. We've got all sorts of stuff going on.
Yeah.
It's a fabulous model.
Yeah. Same thing happened where we are. And, you know, it was one of those, in my mind, unexpected silver linings of the AB 109 program. We've been, I mean, every place I've ever lived, I'm not going to single out any county, it was a struggle to get the Sheriff's Department, the Probation Department, Police Department, and Behavioral Health all on the same page. But this was, out of necessity, bore some wonderful relationships. I think there's much better relationships and much better understanding now between the groups.
Foster collaboration.
Absolutely, it really did. That wasn't the intent, but it was a result that is a very positive one. Now, I think a lot of the counties are still kind of whining that they really don't have the resources to do this. but some of the creative ways that they ended up stepping up in the long run are better, I think. I mean, as I mentioned, I do a work readiness program, which is skill-based. And I've had some of the participants through there, and some of these people, what's amazing is that they've been through 5 or 6 different vocational things and never got anywhere because no one looked at the first step. You know, those very basic skills, communication skills, time management skills, budgeting skills, realistic goals, planning for yourself, understanding the emotional aspect of work, understanding the hidden language of work culture. We did a lot of kind of games and role playing. When your boss says this, he means this.
Right.
And they don't know that. They don't know that. And you know, so there was this constant cycle of failure, getting fired from jobs, not getting past the interview. So, you know, we worked on those very, very basic skills. And that's what they needed. And I would love to keep doing that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for throwing that out. You should have, right away. The next time I say something you don't understand, hold it. What are you talking about? Any other comments or questions? So you can see yourself using the Karamara.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Okay. So before we break for lunch, just a few other little announcements. Someone over here, I can't remember who, was asking me if there was going to be anything on grant writing for wellness centers. I know you had a budget thing yesterday, but I think that was more for countywide kinds of things. I am going to address that in another webinar that I am doing in April 24th.
Training and webinar.
Okay, yes, I will be doing an on-site training, another day like this. And it's called Program Development and Sustainability. Program Development and Sustainability. Shoshana will be sending all this out on email. But just to give you a heads up, one of the things I absolutely love doing is creating programs. You know, what kind of groups are worthwhile? How can they be offered in a budget-friendly way? How much structure should you have? How many kinds of activities can you do?
We had 3 people that came from Motor County and came yesterday thinking that it was what you're talking about for a wellness center. And it was more about the director for the behavioral health. So they know where the money comes, but it didn't really apply to them. So they're probably going to look forward to the one that's But it'd be nice to clarify, you know, which level I
Dr. Shoshana.
Highest level bill, you know, they thought it was going to be for this, what you're talking about. And they came all the way from the back.
Well, I'll be doing the program development part, but the sustainability part is what I'll be focusing on is not mainline funding. To be very blunt, most of the mainline funding for wellness centers comes directly from MHSA. But the secondary tier, how do you supplement? What kind of small grants are out there? What kind of donations? How can you supplement programming to make it really robust? What kind of partnerships can you make to do that? You know, for example, one of the projects I go and hasn't quite gotten off the ground yet is to have the Trinity Transit pay one of our volunteers to do travel training, to do partnering, the buddy system. And even if they don't get paid a lot of money, they've got a monthly pass so they can use the transit free, that kind of stuff. What kind of bargaining, if you will, can you do to make better use of your resources? I do believe, even on a limited budget, we can do very robust programming, very substantial programming. You know, how do you use volunteers? When do you need real staff? When do you need paid staff? All those kind of issues is what I'll be talking about. And that will be in April, and we think it's going to be in April?
April 24th.
April 24th. So if you're on Shoshana's list, you'll hear about it. I just wanted to give you a preview.
I mean, saying like, in many cases, you know, our goal is recovery, and in recovery, somebody goes, well, how can I go about this? And then the clinician says, well, that's not really my area. And so what we hope is that there would be, that they could say, well, but I've got this number, you can go to them. And that's
Using
what they call it.
resources, super important. Okay, just a preview of this afternoon. We're going to do a few things. I am going to talk about symptoms. I never like to start with that because people think it's too medical, but it is important. What it is you see, how do you know what it is you see, how that can affect motivation and participation and inclusion. So we'll talk some about that. Some of you really know this stuff. Some of you don't know it at all. But again, keep an open mind. The second tool that we're going to practice is motivational interviewing. Some of you have done this. Some of you know it really well. If so, you can help me by being a coach. I have no claim that I'm going to teach you the whole thing in a part of an afternoon session. There is another workshop coming up, and I think there's an announcement in your packet on motivational interviewing. I would strongly encourage you to do that. It's a great tool. I'm going to give you one little slice of it, and we're going to practice one little slice of it, give you kind of a teaser. And even those of you who've had whole workshops in it, you can never get too much practice with this stuff. So I have some case vignettes. We'll be practicing that. And then we're going to end the day. We'll see how much time we have, but we're going to end the day brainstorming actual techniques, strategies, and activities that you can do in your own settings to help people deal with the issues of exclusion and poor motivation and isolation. Okay? Okay. What time should we all regroup? So, Simon?
Depends how much more material
I
you
can
have.
talk as long as you let me figure that out yet.
Half an hour?
At least a half hour. How about we try to get back like 12:30 or 12:45 we'll actually get started. Right?
Okay, 12:45.
Yeah. Yeah. But aim to be in the vicinity. It is raining out there. It doesn't look anywhere near as bad as Thomas said. Thank you all.
most of those days too. And then I went.
Everybody back?
Hey, back.
Okay. You had a nice lunch? Oh, I want to start off the afternoon session talking about symptoms and problems and kind of the negative stuff that we, particularly those who are in more of a social model, have de-emphasized.
Kelly knows.
And while I admire and understand the desire not to be viewed through a lens of pathology all the time, not to be called by your diagnosis or not to always be identified with your symptoms, I can understand that. I am concerned about kind of a backlash in that without understanding these things that are very real and are very significant obstacles, if you just gloss them over, I'm not sure you are doing anybody any favors. I completely, and I will tell clients that I work with this all the time, I completely understand not wanting to be labeled and not wanting to have your entire identity revolve around what makes you different. But in terms of how does symptoms get in the way, or do they? There's actually a very legitimate philosophical argument that the only problem with symptoms is societal reaction to them. I'm not sure I completely agree with that, but it's a point. And that's one of the things you need to think about. Is a particular symptom the cause of someone not being able to participate, or is it society's reaction to it? But I think we do need to know them better. So, take a look at this. In general, symptoms or behaviors aren't necessarily solely caused by a psychiatric disorder. It could be neurologic disorders, it could be a side effect of medication, or it could be, and often it is, a combination of factors. In general, it falls into four rough categories. Cognition, perception and sensation, affect, and what we call the motoric responses. This matter. Let's see.
It's not advancing either.
This one? I don't know why there's two things. Okay. Sorry, folks, we're going to pause this a minute. We'll figure this out. And you did this before, Kelly.
Combination.
Well, I tried both of these.
Medication.
Main screen?
No. That way.
Everything goes either to your eyes or your ears or your nose.
Oh, but now, yeah, you can see all the slides.
Some of it is
Right, show. Plus, it's a different slide. See, it didn't advance.
Oh, no, she's on pause right now.
Basically, anything.
No, that's false. I was on false. Not here.
It's not like show and then start over.
Now switch. Go back to. Go back here. And then do the other one. Now. It's so small.
Yeah, small. What if it's a man?
Look at
It was doing fine. Okay, this is, how many people are on this?
8 now, there were 13.
Can I go ahead with the teaching and
Yes,
tell them what's got
yes, we'll figure this
My
out.
reaction to that?
Sorry for the delay. There is a problem with the webinar part of it, and these lovely people are going to be working on that. But for those of you who are here in person, we're going to keep going. And those of you who are online,
We're working on it.
they're working on it. I'm trying to get what you see is different. Oh, now they reversed it on me. That was me.
Oh, no.
First thing, this got switched.
Yeah.
I need the swap display thing, and I can't get it on here.
Let me go ahead and charge you up for
Okay,
you.
this is the one I want up there.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, folks.
I just like to understand.
You want to take a trip to Red Rock and help me? It's just long-term.
I can't do it.
While she's doing this, I'm just going to talk so we're not losing time. On the next slide, it gave 4 categories of kinds of symptoms of problems. And a big one that you hear about a lot in mental health has to do with the ones that fall under perception. So let's take a look at the most common. Hallucination. How many of you have worked with a person or know a person or have tried to communicate with a person who has hallucinations? Common, right, in that setting. Is it always a problem? No. Okay. How is it a problem or not a problem? How it affects them. How it affects them. Okay. Back many, many years ago when I was doing my doctorate, my dissertation was actually on the functional deficit of hallucination. And I came up with a model that said there were really 2 different kinds. Sometimes dysfunction, sometimes problems are caused by the content of the hallucination. Other times it's because of the intrusiveness of the hallucination. And the treatment would be quite different. The intervention would be quite different. For example, if someone hears voices telling them that they're a horrible person, they're worthless, they're no good, and they should go kill somebody, that's a content dysfunction. It's actually telling them something that can have very serious side effects. So how you would intervene with that is very different than intrusiveness. There are a lot of people who can't even make out distinct words with auditory hallucinations. It's just loud, or it's just interfering all the time. Or even sometimes their voices are fine. But if they're so intrusive that all you do is pay attention to them instead of the conversation, that creates problems, right, for someone out in society. However, I'm going to get back to an earlier thought when we talked about frames of references or models of approaches. From a strictly medical model, I would like to see so many of you said that it isn't always a problem. Because from a strictly medical model, you're looking at components, you're looking at a symptom, and you're looking at a treatment. So if you're looking at it that narrowly, what's the treatment? Specifically antipsychotic. By the way, I will put it out, I am not anti-medicine. I think there's a time and a place, and they have helped many, many people function. However, an over-reliance on them can be just as detrimental as not having them at all. If that's the only way you think, there's a symptom. Got to get rid of it. That's all you see. The chances of over-medicating are very high. And I honestly do believe that psychiatrists have gotten better about this. In the past, it was, they were a hammer and symptoms were the nail, and they only knew one thing to do. And I used to train the interns at San Francisco General, the medical interns, and this was a constant thing. You'd say, "Oh, his hallucinations are much better." Yeah, they are, but he's been sleeping on the day room for the last 3 days, 4. So there's a balance there. On the other hand, the other extreme is the anti-medicine people who think, the only thing wrong with having these hallucinations is that people judge you, and it's a stigma thing. And so if you just let people alone, they're fine. You don't have to medicate them. That can be equally dysfunctional in many ways, and sometimes dangerous.
That's right.
That there are people whose voices tell them to hurt themselves, tell them to hurt others, and we all have seen people who should be under treatment end up in the criminal justice system instead. And that's part of the reason why. So there's a balance in there that you got to hit. But lots of times you have to have people explain to you or get across to you what is really going on with them. There are times when you will, even with medication, something like hallucinations won't go away. But if you treat some underlying issues, help them manage their environment so they're not getting so overstimulated, it's not as intrusive, help them develop some self-esteem and feelings of confidence. I've even done directed talk. Tell those hallucinations to stop down there. You can work all sorts of strategies with them. One of the things that is also true is that for some people, as sad as this may sound, the voices that they hear are the best companions they have. Their best friends. And sometimes that goes down by itself when you get them more socially involved with human beings. Or pets, even. Doesn't have to be human beings. When they get involved with something outside of themselves, those voices don't become as important anymore. Then there is also the other issue of the stigma. Frankly, since the advent of technology where everyone wears earbuds, it's not as hard. Because if someone's going around talking to themselves, you just assume they're on Bluetooth and on the phone, right? 20 years ago, that wasn't true. I used to set people up with dummy headphones so that they could pretend of it.
That is true. That's how I got through college. I pretended I was on a Bluetooth. And people stared at me because of the stress of school. Every time I noticed people were staring, I would pretend like I was hanging up. Okay, I'll talk to you later. That is how I got through college. I love the fact they came out with that.
But back when I was first doing clinical treatment, we didn't have that. So I used to set people up with dummy headphones. And say, just walk around with these, it'll be easier. The other thing that I like to do with clients, and this, you can try it, is a technique called compartmentalizing. It's where you, maybe the talking to your companion, friends, whatever, is okay in this setting, but not so much in that setting. If you can get people to fine-tune, no, I'm not judging you because you have a raven on your shoulder who gives you advice. However, it's probably not a good idea to talk to your raven when you're on the supermarket line at Safeway. Wait till you're in the parking lot. Something as simple as that, because the people in Safeway will get really uncomfortable and stare at this person and walk away from them and switch lines, and it creates a social barrier that doesn't need to exist. So there are ways to work out strategies where you're not necessarily judging someone or putting a value on their behavior. What you're doing is not necessarily wrong. It's just certain times, certain places, it's not a great idea. Make sense? Okay. But without really understanding, and one of the first questions I asked, for example, this woman who had a raven who lived on her shoulder, The very first question I asked is, does Raven ever ask you to do anything that could hurt you or anybody else? Oh, no. He's great. He's my animal guy. Fine, whatever. All right. Oh, it worked. Yay. I'll get my iced tea out of the way so we don't have a little tower there. Anything else I want to tell you? Well, let's take a look at one more of these. One that I work a lot with is disrupted sleep patterns. Now, there is one belief that this is a common symptom of many disorders. It certainly is with bipolar disorder, with anxiety disorders, sometimes the opposite with extreme lethargy, with depression. You can have very altered sleep patterns. However, it isn't always a symptom of a psychiatric disorder. In fact, I think a whole lot of times it isn't. People just think it is. It could certainly be a side effect of some of your medications. More importantly, and this will get back to your understanding of environment like we were trying to do with the Cower model, is take a look at the environment. Is there other things that are disrupting people's sleep? Now again, as an OT, I look at this context a lot. I do environmental modifications and adaptations and things like that. But I'm constantly having to go back to the doctor and saying, you know, maybe the first line of defense isn't to give sleeping pills. Particularly if this person has a history of substance abuse. This is really, you know, can we try something else? And then I'll go and do a home visit. And the person lives next door to a 7-Eleven that's open 24 hours and people coming in and out of the parking lot all hours of the night. And there's a neon sign that flashes in their room. They're sleeping on a secondhand mattress with springs sticking out. It's a 2-bedroom place, and there's 7 people who live there. And they're dealing, you know, he's not on drugs anymore, but his roommate is dealing, and there's people coming in and out all night. Okay. Sound, light, disruption. So I go back to the team and say, you know, can we find some money to get this guy a decent mattress, or maybe help him move into the trailer he wants to move into before we try sleeping medication? I'm just saying. You know, take a look at all the other issues. Some things that may look like extremely abnormal behavior. This person comes in every day and says, I really want to be in this group, and then falls asleep on the table. There's something going on in that environment. Now, the MD will turn around to me and say, he needs medication. The peer specialist will turn around to me and say, that's because they're giving him too much medication. And I'm going, let's take a look at what's going on in the rest of his life. That's the way you have to think about these symptoms, regardless of your training. The more you can look at it holistically, or go to someone else on the team. Is this possibly a side effect of something? Is there something else going on? Has anybody done a home visit? Do we really know what this house looks like? All of those kinds of things. Lots of times when I see disrupted sleep patterns, the environment is a primary cause, but also fear. When people live in dangerous situations, because of dealing, because of gang violence, because of anything else, they're hypervigilant. You know what that means? They're adrenaline. They're ready to hop at any moment because of fear. And you end up with a very, very vicious cycle. Okay? If someone is not getting sufficient quality sleep, they get hypervigilant. That increases the fears. That increases the paranoia. They can get to a point where they're downright psychotic and it has nothing to do with schizophrenia. So this is exactly why it's so important to tease out what you see as these symptoms instead of just going to your first spot, which is going to be based on, again, your prior experience and your training. So the message of the day is look at the whole picture. All right, those are just a couple of examples, and I'm going to tease out a few others later. That just gives you kind of an idea of at least why I think it's important. One of the ways to tease it out is to figure out if what you're seeing or hearing about is actually a symptom of mental illness. As I said, it could be a medication side effect. Keep in mind, and again, I realize that some of this is review for some of you. some of you, this may be brand new, but some it's just review, bear with me. With medication, psychotropic medication, medication that's specifically given for mental illnesses, the side effects are always worse at the beginning, usually 4 to 6 weeks. And the reason why is because where is the target? Where is the organ, the part of your body it's trying to address? The brain. Okay. In terms of anatomy, we have this thing, this is a very simplified version, but I think it helps. We have something called the blood-brain barrier. Your body is set up to keep things out of the brain. It doesn't, because it's susceptible to toxicity. So your body has its built-in mechanisms to keep drugs or anything else from getting to the brain. In order for it to cross the blood-brain barrier, it takes time. So all the symptoms that affect under the neck are going to occur before the ones over the neck. So you'll have people coming in and saying, it's not doing any good. I'm still hearing voices. I'm still depressed. I'm still this and that, but I'm having all these other horrible side effects. And it's very difficult when people are already in a lot of pain and already not feeling great and already feeling like a failure to just say, be patient. But sometimes that's what it takes. And, sometimes I do usually like it when the psychiatrist titrates it down a little bit and say, okay, let's start slower and get you up to a level. That's always a much better way to go. So, yeah.
Well, isn't that also part of the problem with mental health hospitals? Because the majority of them only keep them for up to 2 weeks.
Absolutely. It's a huge problem. How anyone can get on an accurate medical medication regime in 72 hours is beyond me. It doesn't make any physiological sense. And that is certainly one of the limitations of our system. Back in the day, now I'm going to sound really old here. Back in the day, we used to send people to hospital to do what was called drug holidays, where they titrate off of all drugs and then slowly build them back on. So people could stay on a lower dose for a longer time. But the only way to do that is under very tight supervision, which would mean being in the hospital for a minimum usually of 21 days, often 6 weeks. They won't do that now at all. So to deal with and this is the problem. As much as I love the idea that we get deinstitutionalized and are back in the community, philosophically that sounds great. But there are times and places where a more controlled environment is better. And getting someone stabilized on the right medication regime is one of those times. It's helpful if they are in a place with a good support system, either a very caring board and care home or a family of biologic or otherwise who can provide that structure. But sometimes the main message that I'm trying to say right now doesn't get across. This takes time. This takes time to get it right. And so lots of times with medication side effects, it is probably the number one thing we hear clients complaining about. Either the medication doesn't work, or it makes me too drowsy, it makes me nauseous, it makes me this or that. I get that. But trying to figure out the right medication regime takes time. And there is no way under our present system that it is the prescribing person, who's usually a psychiatrist, is the person who can monitor that. They just don't have the time. They're too expensive a commodity. So who is going to be that? Who's going to play that role of the medication coach, basically, who helps people understand the symptoms, who helps people get through the rough part? Tough. Any other questions or comments?
I haven't heard the words medication coach. Can you explain that?
Someone who basically, other than the one time where the psychiatrist says, here's your prescription, someone who repeats the instructions, who they don't give out the medication. They're not a licensed professional usually, although sometimes the case manager or the nurse will do it. Someone who can be the first person you go to when you have a question, instead of waiting to see the doctor who you may not get in to see for 6 weeks. Who is it that's going to say, yeah, that's kind of common to experience in the first couple of weeks. Let's see if you can hang on. Or let me call the doctor and see if I can get you something to help you through the rough parts of the side effects.
Do they have to be a nurse?
No.
a parent, you often learn how to do it.
That's right,
I mean,
that's right.
Or a wife.
You don't, it
as a
can
wife,
be,
I
it
learned
can
how
be a paraprofessional, it can be someone advocating for them, as long as they're not physically touching the medicine. That you need a license for. Other questions? But all you're really doing is interpreting for someone, you know, reviewing the discussions. Remember the doctor said this, or I'll call the doctor and ask about that, or you're more likely to have a lot better, I hate this word, but compliance, if someone feels that they can talk to someone and instead of, because what a lot of people do, if they have no one to talk to, even know, is this typical, should I be worried about this symptom, what do? They stop using it. Say, after it doesn't work, do that. And then they end up in real trouble. Yes.
At our clinic, we don't use the term adherence or compliance. We're helping people participate in their treatment.
Mm-hmm. I agree. It's a much better way to phrase it.
Yeah, throw it out there.
Okay, good. The other thing to keep in mind, a couple of people mentioned this morning that they're getting, they feel like they're in a new role because in the past you worked traditionally in mental health, and now you're asked to work in behavioral health, and you may not have the training or background to work a lot with people with alcohol and substance abuse problems. Some of you do, some of you don't, but that is becoming the norm, where behavioral health covers both AOD and mental health. There is often symptoms related to withdrawal or long-term usage of certain drugs that shock people. Someone who has been on meth for a while may, even if they completely quit, even if they're past the official quote detox stage, they may experience bluntly psychotic symptoms for over a year. And you know what happens? They immediately get labeled as having a schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or some combination above, schizoaffective. I do not believe that's what it is. I think it is directly related to meth addiction. But that is the way it gets coded in order to get paid for treatment. And those of you who work in the system know that it all boils down to that. However, what I am concerned about is that once someone has the label or diagnosis of schizophrenia, it's usually there forever. And people who are clean a couple of years do not have even lingering symptoms, very rarely. And no one goes back and says, let's re-diagnose it. Those things stay on the records forever. Which I think as AOD becomes, AOD stands for alcohol and other drugs, for those of you who don't know the acronym, as that becomes more of the behavioral health system, somebody's got to take a look at how this coding is done. It's something that I just feel is a disaster on the horizon that no one's paying attention to. And I know it's going to happen. Someone's going to come out with some great statistic, and it's going to be all over Yahoo that the rate of schizophrenia has doubled. No, it hasn't. It's just a lot more people have gotten diagnosed as it because we didn't know what else to do with them. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting up on that high horse. I got to slow down. I feel passionate about some of these misdiagnosis things. It's like, you know, you're asking the wrong questions and you're handling this the wrong way. So, anyway, anyone want to take me on? I'd love it.
No, I agree with you.
How many people agree with you?
They're losing more and more of their rights, too. I mean, if they're really, truly don't have a mental illness and they're giving them a mental illness, they've lost their rights. They can't be a truck driver. They can't own a gun. I mean, there's a lot of things. More and more things are being taken away from people who have mental illness.
Right.
And then the
if they're
medication
falsely giving
you
them
give
that, it's sad.
Yeah.
Because if it's gone, it's gone. And that's
and you can't rectify that unless you have very deep pockets and
right. That's sad because it is the case. I've seen some people, it's not there anymore.
Right.
And that's a sad fact.
It is a setback. Now, I will backtrack a little bit. I do think there are times, based on behavior and record and illness, that people shouldn't have guns or drive planes or, you know.
Oh, right.
But how do we deal with that in a situationally accurate way, is not done. I agree with you. Someone else have a comment or question over here?
I'm on the outside looking in.
A little scared that we don't know what we're doing?
No. You've got cancer.
Yes.
You go in for cancer treatment. You're cured.
Maybe.
It's taken off your chart. You know,
Right.
you no longer have cancer.
Right.
I'm having a hard time fathoming because you're labeled with mental illness.
Correct.
That it will never go away.
That is a really good point. That is an excellent point. And part of it comes from history. Not so long ago, in fact, when I was first trained, we were taught that schizophrenia is a lifelong condition. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And then they thought of this thing, maybe this hit some of your training, called the rule of thirds. A third of people with schizophrenia were permanent, a third stayed about the same, and a third got better. That's not true. The more recent epidemiological studies have shown that schizophrenia at its worst is a time-limited illness, that it does kind of burn itself out. Sometimes it takes 20 or 30 years, but it is not. Think about this. A kid is diagnosed with schizophrenia at 17. That may mean by the time he's 35 or 40, it's gone. But guess what? If he was treated like most people with schizophrenia are treated, he has no social skills, no job skills, no educational skills. How do you start over at 40 years old? What?
It's institutionalized.
Right. An institutionalized behavior. So again, this is the argument for very aggressive rehab very early on with first-grade psychosis. Because you can prevent a lot of what we considered permanent disabilities were because of the way they were treated.
Right.
Or not treated, as the case may be.
Yeah.
So, and that's actually the worst case scenario. There are people that, but even in terms of, that was with schizophrenia, which is the largest, but even in terms of the other disorders, say for example, depression. We all know depression is periodic. It's, an episode of depression can last 6 months, 9 months, whatever, but usually it goes away, and they come back again. And I think that's why you get these labels. Once you've had a bout of depression, there is an unspoken assumption that it's going to happen again. It may or may not, but the fear of the unknown with mental illness is such that they don't want you up there flying a jet. Is it fair? No, it's not. And I would love to see a way that we could situationally look at this. Are there indicators in someone's life that says they're on track and they're okay, and they should be able to do something? But we do not have those standards because they just don't exist. So yeah, you get labeled for life. It's true, and you wonder why people don't want to share this. There's good reason.
Just curious, at the hospital, we assist individuals to get the Social Security benefits when they're disabled, either for a physical or mental illness. And especially the young folks, they get reassessed every 5 or whatever years. In the case of mental illness, if Social Security comes back and say you are no longer disabled because of mental illness, would that take that label away?
I've never seen a case where SSDI does that.
I was on SSI, and I still am mentally ill. I no longer am on SSI. I work now full-time, don't get any benefits, no medical, nothing, but I am still labeled with mental illness. I mean, I haven't tried to drive a truck or get my gun rights or anything. I'm going to actually try and see if I can hunt, but I doubt it's going to happen, but I'm still deemed with a mental illness.
Well, it depends on what you're going after, because if you have it through 5150, you can own a gun.
Going back to this point, if you're ill, you're disabled, you get better, you go on with your life, you're no longer disabled. I was just curious if that's a process to remove the label.
It can.
The only cases that I know about, I could be wrong, and actually I'd love to have a lawyer sit down and go through this. I know of a few cases where someone was denied something, either a particular kind of license. The one I'm thinking of had to do with state vehicles. And the individual I know had to bring it to court themselves. Most of the people that we work with do not have the finances or the wherewithal or the courage to take on the legal system. They shouldn't have to do that. But it tends to be on a case-by-case basis. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, it depends on where you are. A lot of things fall through the cracks. Haven't we all kind of been astonished with someone who has a very long history of being in and out of institutions, was able to buy automatic weapons and have a massacre? How does that happen? I don't understand that, because I do know people who have been denied hunting licenses who haven't had any treatment in 10 years.
But I think people can become nurses and doctors, right? I think I've known of people getting PhDs.
Yes, actually, that's been one of the interesting trends. It used to be that when I was first going to training, anyone who was going on for an advanced degree never disclosed their history of mental illness. Now it's like a badge of honor. It's like you've got pure experience. Cool, you'll be a great technician. No, it's actually an advantage now. But that's a trend. I wouldn't trust it. Okay, let's move on. So substance abuse and medication side effects is one of it. Sometimes what you're perceiving as a problem or maybe a symptom is a very kind of rational response to horrific life events. I have worked with war victims, torture survivors, PTSD, domestic violence survivors. Their symptoms, as quirky as they may look and as dysfunctional as they are not necessarily caused by particularly an organic form of mental illness. It's a pretty normal response to outrageous situations. And understanding those situations, giving it the time and the support and the proper intervention is really what's needed. Again, depending on the person's culture, background, and prior experience, they may not disclose what's really going on. So I do believe that a lot of people in those categories get misdiagnosed and mislabeled and are often medicated with the wrong things for just that reason. So what it boils down to is something I said very early when I was talking about working alliance, how important it is to have a trusting relationship, a place where they do feel safe disclosing information, because some of the experiences people have are truly horrific.
I have a question. So how does that differentiate, I think, if I understand it correctly, being born a manic bipolar as opposed to PTSD from Vietnam?
I'm not sure. We used to have a thing called functional versus organic disorders. No one buys that anymore. It's all chemical on some level or another. But the way I differentiate it is disorders that are caused by stressors, external stressors, environmental issues, need to be addressed in different ways. And so it's just a question of, can someone disclose that? Can someone share that with you? I have to give my hats off to the military that they have come a long way on, they're not there yet, particularly when it comes to women in violence, but they're not. But they have come a long way in destigmatizing some of the horrific trauma that the soldiers go through. And that's been hard for them. So it's a little easier. In the past, it wasn't, PTSD is not a new diagnosis. This has been happening to soldiers for a very long time. It has been happening to violence victims for a very long time. But in the past, particularly men, it was to admit that would be shameful. So it's only recently that it's been even okay. Okay, so then sometimes we have problems that aren't a problem for anybody except you. Sometimes it really is a lifestyle choice or a cultural manifestation, and one needs to be sensitive to that. It may not be a choice of lifestyle that you'll make. It may be a culture that you don't understand. In the medical model, again, I think there was a tendency to over-pathologize things because they didn't understand the cultural group work with. I had a huge advantage because a lot of my work was in San Francisco, which name a culture is there, so I've got a good multicultural training. But for example, one of the ways, way back in the day that I was taught to look at was eye contact. If someone couldn't make eye contact, there was something wrong with them. Okay, well, you know, what percentage of the world is Asian? You know, a thing in Asian culture is that it's rude to keep up intensive eye contact. So is it fair to use that as a marker of pathology? Of course it is. But, you know, we say, oh, okay, we got to have social skills. I want you to maintain eye contact with me. Now, you could go the other extreme, too. If someone really has their head buried all the time and will not look at you at all, what I try to do is to look at it situationally. Even if someone comes from a culture that doesn't use a lot of eye contact, okay, we have to look at the context. If you're applying for a job in the United States of America and you won't look at the person interviewing you, you are putting yourself at a disadvantage. So maybe it is uncomfortable, but let's try just a little bit if you want that job. So not saying eye contact is good, eye contact is bad. It's a situational issue. But again, the more you know about the person, the more you can get them to share with you about your life, the more you're going to do that. And the last one on here that I just want to point out, I said this already, as our population is getting older, all mental health settings are going to see more and more people with multiple diagnoses. And you're going to need to learn how to recognize that. Can you identify if someone is having an insulin reaction? You better, because they may look psychotic, they may look schizophrenic, they may look catatonic. But those things happen all the time now. As the population ages, we're also seeing a lot of dementia-related issues. That is also more common in people who have a history of substance abuse. They're going to have vascular dementias earlier than the average population. So cognitive deficits, memory deficits, confusion, disorientation. Those can't be written off as a drug reaction or a psychiatric disorder. Look at the whole person, so to speak. Okay? So, what time is it? I talked too much. I've given you a lot of information today, and we've worked through a lot of information on kinds of things to think about. What's the person's living environment? What's the person's background? What's the person's diagnosis and symptoms? And I did emphasize that getting information, it's often better to do it non-verbally. However, the bottom line is interview is still our number one way of getting information. How many of you feel comfortable with your interview skills?
Always room for improvement.
Always room for improvement. Thank you. That's my attitude about it, too. Yeah, you can always get better at it. Within the roles that we've been talking about today, whether you're a peer specialist or a counselor or even a family member, if you're working on this kind of intentional relationship, the working line, so to speak, what you really want to get at is identifying changes to make. So what I'd like to do now is go over some of the basics of what's called motivational interviewing. How many of you have had training in motivational interviewing? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. There is a whole formal training, and CIBH will offer some to you. It's coming up. This is not it. This is going to be the intro. getting your feet wet, so to speak. I would encourage you to go on for the whole training. However, I want to do some practice with it because it's very efficient. It is another one of those tools that falls into the category of what we call evidence-based. In other words, there's research that shows it does what it says it's supposed to do. And your bosses, by the way, love that term. Drop that whenever you can. I'm using an evidence-based tool because the outcomes are predictable. So let's look at that. Oh, wait, I'm not there yet. I'm sorry. One more slide I want to go through. This is an important one. Got ahead of myself. Okay, back up a little bit. I do want to talk just a little bit about some commonly confused symptoms. I didn't talk about this, but even within those broader models I talked about, social and medical and all that, there's different theory bases, particularly for clinicians. Some clinicians are trained in what's called psychodynamic theory. Some clinicians are trained in behavioral theory, humanistic theories. There's all different kinds. And they really skew what you see. Too much, as a matter of fact. I think sometimes you need to put them aside to see what really is. For example, poor boundaries. This is one, if you're a psychodynamic therapist, people are always talking about poor boundaries. Where my training, I would lean more towards looking at a person's sensory processing. But they look the same. Someone with poor boundaries, they're going to be in your face, they're going to be too close to you talking, they're going to be touching you too much, right? We've all seen people like that. Could be poor boundaries, could be a truly psychodynamic emotional thing, but it also could be a sensory processing disorder. It's what we call sensory seeking. Kids, you'll see this with kids a lot. You ever know any sensory seeking kids? This is the one who won't get off the trampoline, doesn't mean to seem to mind falling all the time. It's like they want that sensory input. They're seeking it. They need it. That even happens with adults. Or it could go the other way around. We decide someone has a social phobia because they have their collar up and they have 2 jackets on and they don't want anyone touching them and they sit like this. Right? That could be sensory avoiding. Because they're so sensitive to touch, they touch them, and light touch is actually worse than hard touch. Light touch, and they want to jump. Kids, again, you'll see this. I'm giving an example of kids because you see it more obviously in kids. But what my point I want you to remember is adults, particularly adults with various forms of psychiatric disorders, do have sensory processing difficulties. Not everything is psychodynamic. But kids, the example is, how many of you knew a kid who couldn't stand zippers or buttons on anything, or couldn't stand the seams on a sock?
Label in their shirt.
The labels in the shirt. Oh my goodness, yes, don't get me started. Those are kids who are very high sensitivity on a sensory processing scale. And some people don't outgrow that. So these are not the people that are going to want to be jostled in a crowd going to a ball game. Mm-hmm. What happens when someone's sensory system gets triggered the wrong way? It could be distress, it could be anxiety, it could be internalized, and it could also turn around and hit you. That's right. This is the kid online in school who gets into all sorts of trouble. This is the person who in the supermarket lashes out at someone. It could be a more psychodynamic, this is an anger management problem, they're loaded with anger that they've never resolved and blah, blah, blah. Or it could be, you just triggered them. Okay, that's the kind of stuff that's important to sort out because the intervention is completely different. Completely different. Okay, another one that's always confused is generalized low intelligence versus executive dysfunction. Do you know what executive dysfunction is? What executive function? Some people, okay, one way to describe it is executive as in the boss of the brain executive. But really what it means is executive has to do with executing. Can you do something with your cognitive abilities? So some people with executive dysfunction actually have very high intelligence. They're really smart. They just can't put it together into an action plan. They just can't take their knowledge and figure out the next steps of what to do. So it's executing behavior. You got the smarts, can you do it? Kind of the hallmark of executive dysfunction is adolescence. How many adolescents make really stupid decisions or don't know what to do next? And people, and again, there's no mystery why executive function is called skill. Executive function skills, executive skills. Remember what I said earlier about skills? You got to practice them. So if people are in an environment where they never get to practice decision making, either because they're in a very strict fundamentalist home or in a very chaotic home that no one ever bothered to help them, or they never had any responsibility, they were just out on the street, they don't have good executive function skills because they never had to practice them. These are the people that, and I see this in AOD all the time, usually with the drug and alcohol people who started using early, they miss those key developmental milestones. And so what happens? Well, they get clean at 33, but they're still thinking like they're 14. They do not have what we call the executive function skills. They may be really smart. They may have dried out enough that they're not experiencing any, cognitive symptoms anymore. They just have no practice on going from step A to step B or problem solving, how to negotiate that issue.
And I would say also, like my kids were pretty young when they became psychiatrically ill.
Uh-huh.
So there's a whole emotional immaturity.
Yes.
And learning executive function, because it's just, not only were they young, so it wasn't working very well, but their brain was impacted by the psychiatric illness, so it's a double whammy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But knowing that this is specifically one part of cognition, not all of it. It's not overall intelligence. As I said, a lot of these people are very bright. But being able to put together the pieces requires a lot of practice. So what I do from my perspective as an OT, instead of talking to people for a long time, I go, let's go make a cup of tea. I can tell you more about someone's executive function watching them make a sandwich. Do they cut themselves with the knife? Do they know to get the bread out first? All those steps. You can tell a whole lot about their ability to sequence, plan, reason, problem solve. Those are all executive functions. So anyway, I bring this up because sometimes I see people kind of get labeled, this person must have, really an underlying developmental disability, or, it's not very intelligent. That's not true. It can be something far more specific. Again, the interventions are different, which is why it's important that we all know this, even if we're not clinicians. Next one is depression versus hypoedonia. Hypoedonia means decreased ability to experience pleasure. Sometimes you hear the term anhedonia. I actually believe that's very rare. I think there's very few people who can experience no pleasure. That's what anhedonia would mean. But I know a lot of people who just seem flat. This is actually considered one of the hallmark negative symptoms of schizophrenia. They're not necessarily depressed. There's not the sense of hopelessness per se. They just don't seem to feel joy very much. They're kind of flat. Again, different interventions would be used. Depression is a very, very specific constellation of symptoms. Well, hypoedonia may be with you all your life. Kind of flat, not feeling joy, not feeling much happiness. But it doesn't mean you can't have some satisfaction or some joy, but it's just not at the level of others. And the last one is probably my pet one I want to talk about. We hear about motivation all the time. In fact, it's in the title of this workshop. Motivation is the impetus for doing something, right? There's a different, and it tends to be emotional. I'm just not motivated. I just don't feel like doing this. I need a reason to do this. That's poor motivation. I don't get why I have to do this. However, a lot of the people we see have what's called poor initiation, and this is another negative symptom most commonly seen with schizophrenia. This is purely a cognitive response, not emotional. It's not because you don't see the point of it. It has nothing to do with motivation. I see these people who have this called poorly motivated all the time, almost in a judgmental kind of way. Poor initiation as a cognitive function means they can't get it started. You think of the starter on the car, okay? If you have a faulty starter, sometimes you have to play with the key a little bit and do weird things, but once the engine turns over, it's fine. Yeah. A lot of people with schizophrenia don't have that starter working right. Can you see where the intervention would be completely different? Motivation, someone has to feel why they want to do this, feel confident, feel wanted, all of those kind of things. Poor initiation, they may never totally overcome this. It may be sitting down on the couch and say, hey, buddy, let's do the dishes, and literally put your hand under the elbow and stand him up. Once he's at the sink, he'll wash dishes for an hour. In fact, some of them also have trouble stopping. It's the starting and stopping.
My girlfriend, she had to hand her daughter the dish towel.
Yeah.
And then no issue.
No issue.
But she could not initiate getting the dish towel on her own.
Yes.
It was fascinating.
It is fascinating, and far more common than people realize. Yes.
So going back to the question I asked before we went to lunch
about
what was the goals, writing the goals in the book, and I said, about the enabling.
Right.
So working with our participants at our center, so we would possibly just need to grab their hand and just take them to proceed with their goals.
And if you're concerned about enabling, and you should be, that's a good point. You need to monitor yourself to say, how much do they need?
Okay.
Okay, this is a pattern with this guy. I need to get him started. And here's another mistake people make. I often hear people say, well, I want to honor people's wishes. I'm very client-centered, so I always ask the client. If you ask this client, hey, Johnny, you want to do the dishes? No. Then what do you do? You blew it. You blew it totally.
I'm not a big asker.
Yeah. And particularly if you have gotten this information and you get it, you have a strong suspicion this person has problems with initiation. Don't ask an open-ended question. So, go, let's go do the dishes.
Right.
Get them started, and then they're at the sink and say, you okay on your own there? And you usually get, yeah, I'm fine. And then walk away. Enabling them would be doing every step with them. You got started, so you're going to do a repetitive activity. Let it go. Make sense? Okay. Now I think I'm ready to move on. Sorry, I forgot I added that slide, but this is some of my favorite stuff. And it really has to do with, again, bracketing your own preconceptions of what this stuff is, seeking out the information in a variety of ways, and then targeting the intervention you want to provide. You'll get much better results. Okay, shall we move on? You all ready? Sorry. Okay. I do want to practice some motivational interviewing. Motivational interviewing is an evidence-based treatment. What we're going to focus on, there's a lot to it, but the part that in terms of what we're looking for, in terms of how to help people participate more, how to help them with motivation, how to include them more, the part that we're really looking at is what's called change talk. Okay. If you do change talk with someone, change talk is defined as statements by the client revealing consideration of motivation for a commitment to change. The key point here is the more you talk about change, the more likely it is to happen. And there's actual real research that shows that. If you do change talk, they're more likely to get there. And think about it, it kind of makes sense. You don't need a research study to show this. If you've gone through something yourself where you've had to tackle a major life change, how much did you prepare yourself for it? How many times did you say, I really got to do this? Whether it's losing weight or quitting smoking or getting the courage to ask someone on a date, whatever it is, there's a process one goes through. And that's what Change Talk is. And the more you do that with someone you're working with, whether it's a family member or a client, the more you do that, the more likely they are to succeed. It's that simple. Some of the stuff sounds obvious when I say it, but then I see lots of people in practice and it's not happening. So, which is why I within motivational interviewing, there's a great mnemonic that I love. It's called Darn Cat. And these are the different types of change talk. I'll help you remember it. So there's the preparatory change talk, which is the darn, and then there's the implementing change talk, which is the cat. The preparatory change talk revolves around the desire. Things like, I want to change. Ability, I can change. Reason, it's important to change. And need, I should change. And then implementing is a commitment, I will make changes. Activation, I'm ready, prepared, and willing to make these changes. And then taking steps. I'm taking specific actions to change. Is this new to people? You all heard about the Darn Cat?
I would just add that it's a real internal process.
Yes, it is.
You know, it's not
usually.
I mean, you know, you can, as a provider, can have a part in that, but ultimately it's the person and their internal process and how you support them in that process without controlling it.
Yeah, I mostly agree with you. I got to say, and I do not consider myself to be the expert, but for those of you who are going to do the full-day workshop on motivational interviewing, think about this. I actually think there is a little bit of a coercive element to motivational interviewing. It's not all, I honor what you're doing. You are, and you're doing it very overtly.
Oh, I agree.
We are.
But we don't get to control their time frame.
No, we don't control it. It doesn't, that's true. But you are, and people are going to resist, and you're going to push. And again, when we talked earlier today about the parameters of the Working Alliance, this is one of them, that I'm going to work with you one-on-one to help you make some changes in your life. And if you don't really want that, then this is not the time and place for us to work one-on-one. I'll see you in group, or I'll see you out in the living room. Or, that's some of the decisions you have to make. That's some of the hard part of limit setting. Okay, so that's the basics. What I did is, in your packet, I gave you a couple of things. I gave you a handout that was from, I think, from Case Western University. Yes. That this is kind of the guidelines for someone doing the motivational interview. This is the interviewer. You don't have to read them all through now, but it's basically how to get yourself set into an interview. Do I listen more than I talk? Am I sensitive to other people? This is just kind of your demeanor that you would want to have. But what you're really aiming towards is to get people to make commitments to change, to help them do that. So there is a darker blue envelope in there. I'm sorry, not envelope, I'm getting some kind of handout where we're going to do the practice. And before you change around, I actually want to read this to you, how it's going to work. You're going to pair up one-on-one, and one person is going to play the consumer, and one person will be the interviewer. If you really, really, really don't want to do this, and you're going to fight me on this, you do have a couple of options. If you don't want to do it, you can choose to be an observer or a coach. Those of you who are very familiar with motivational interviewing may want to be a coach. It's fine. So I'm not going to force you to do this if you don't want to, but I really hope most of you give it a chance to do one-on-one. One person gets interviewed, the other one is the interviewer. Okay. The person designated to role-play the consumer may choose one of the vignettes below, which I'm going to read to you, or create their own. So that person needs to take a few minutes after I read these vignettes to pick one and then to get into character. Any of you have had any acting training? I have. You think I can do this for 35 years? Yeah, there's a thing about getting into character. There are times I don't feel like teaching at all, and I remember sitting in my office at the university and going, showtime, and you just got to change. I am going to be a pussy. And then you share with the person which vignette you're going to do, and the person designated to do the interviewer should take a few minutes while that person's preparing to review these questions. So you get yourself in mind to be an interviewer. Okay. I'm going to read you these vignettes, but assume, regardless of the environment talked about in these vignettes, we're going to pretend that you are in an outpatient clinic or a peer operated wellness center. Okay, and this person is new to you, and your job is to help them set some goals. Okay, so you're going to use change talk. The reason it's so helpful to practice this is that I have seen even clinicians do this sometimes, but certainly the peers, really off in the reads. You know, they're talking about the Super Bowl, and they're talking about the new restaurants and the weather, and if I ask them, I've worked with interns for years, if I ask them, why were you doing that? You know what the number one answer is? I was building rapport. You put building rapport down in a documentation note, that's your quickest way to get denied money. Okay. They don't care. They don't care at all. And rapport is not an outcome. Rapport, of course you want the person to trust you, and of course you want to have a feeling of mutual respect and safety. But that's not the outcome. That's the process. You have to be going somewhere with this interview. And where you're going in these interviews is getting some goals written down. Okay. So this long, winding thing. The other problem is I think it actually backfires. People always tell me they want the person to be comfortable and feel safe. Why it backfires is you're muddying the relationship. If you're all talking about the Super Bowl, don't you dare tell me that about boundary setting. You know, who's doing what? So my goal is to help you set goals. Let's stay on track. That doesn't mean you have to be abrupt or mean. But what you have to practice is getting people off the tangent. You all been there? And say, yeah, I get that's really interesting, and maybe later on we can talk about that. But right now, let's talk about this. How do you get people back on track? Okay?
And question, because I ran into this the other day. I can't even use the word goal with some people because that, A, puts them in a school mind and they had a horrible time in school.
Right.
Or, I mean, I have to be very mindful of the language I use based on what I'm presented with.
Right. I personally believe the term goals has been way overused, and a lot of people do really have a negative reaction to it. It's one of the reasons earlier on I talked about vision. I think having a vision is very nice. I believe, and in some cases I don't use the word goal either. I do like the concept of steps or milestones. How do we get there? And then later on, if we have time, if I don't take too much time, I'm going to talk a little bit about how to turn those into objectives. And that, again, is how do we get there from here?
Without even using the term objective sometimes.
Right. And depending.
I had to learn.
Right. There are certain situations that the terms don't work very well. The other reason I don't use goals don't use the term goals, even though I use goals all the time, is that the very nature of goals has a future time perspective. You're thinking about what's going to happen in the future, right? Cross-culturally, that's not a common phenomenon. A future time perspective is very American. So when I was teaching overseas, they didn't know what I was talking about. It's like, well, how do you know what's going to happen in a week? Well, I don't, but I can plan on it. No, you can't. You know, particularly countries that have a more fatalistic view or religious view. It's almost like offending God if you think you can control what's going to happen in 6 months. They think it's weird, you know. So I just go, okay, let's just take this one step at a time. But anyway, here's your choices of scenarios. I do want to tell you, all of these are edited down versions of case illustrations from this book, which is the textbook that I co-authored and used in OT for 3 editions, about 15 years. So they're all from that book. So the first one is Yosef is a self-described jack of all trades, master of none, who has held several jobs, albeit for short duration, while living with a co-occurring disorder, substance addiction, and bipolar disorder. When deeply depressed, Joseph uses cocaine to get going. When manic, he uses marijuana to even out. His drug and alcohol counselor wants him to consider applying for SSDI due to the challenges of helping Joseph manage his diseases and medication. But Joseph says he wants help with life skills for job development. His family prides themselves on not taking handouts, and SSDI is his last resort. He expresses a desire to find work and keep it for several years. That's one choice. And then we have James. I'm not going to read them all to you. You can read them. James has negative symptoms of poor motivation for attendance. Diamond, the main issue is that she doesn't want to be in a boarding care home. And Mary has a very long history of chaotic life and trauma. So you can be one of these people, Joseph, James, Diamond, or Mary, or you can create your own. I don't care. And those are the people who are going to be consumers or clients. And you're going to pair up with someone who wants to be an interviewer. Let's try it the easy way and just be with the person next to you and say, what do you want to be, client or interviewer? If that doesn't work, you can go around and negotiate. And if anyone really, really, really does not want to do this, stand up, because you're going to find someone to be a group to observe or coach. Y'all going to give it a try? All right. Go find someone. And we might have an uneven number of people, so if somebody wants to do it. So the interview. talk for a particular reason. I've actually found the biggest resistance comes from clinicians who say, oh, but I need to, quote, develop more rapport. I need to have the person trust me. Usually clients are relieved that they get it, what we're doing here. They like it more than the clinicians do. It's like, oh, this isn't just the same old talk. We're going to get something done. And a lot of people value that very much, so it is helpful. I also wanted to point out that these kinds of exercises, a couple of people during the break were asking me about training, particularly for peers. These kind of exercises I find to be some of the best. I've used things like this a lot. One, giving out a worksheet. Two, giving case studies. You can do it two ways. These ones are hypothetical, but based on a lot of clinical experience. I'm sure you recognize some people similar to the people you work with. Or you can, if you're working in a confidential kind of arena, you can do it with real people, but, you know, think of the case. Doing these kind of practices often, as someone over here said, even very experienced clinicians can always get better at this kind of stuff. And I think sometimes, once in a while, just pulling back, whether you're a very experienced clinician or a new peer counselor, coming into actual trainings and meetings and saying, let's practice, let's get feedback from each other. I do find having some structure helps. Having the motivational interview questions, gearing it towards change talk, having case studies. If you just sit around and say, you know, let's talk about our problems this week, you're going to be off in the woods again pretty quickly. So I think having this kind of structure to trainings helps. And again, doing it often and doing the practice. Pairing people off, having people observe interviews. Sometimes I've sat myself in the middle of a room and say, interview me. I'll tell you how tough it would be. And I do give people a hard time. But I have everyone watch me. And then I'll flip it around and I'll do the interview. Role modeling interviewing really helps. Character, getting into character and doing interviews really helps. Another technique I've used is videotaping. One of the things with videotaping, mock interviews, not real ones, you know, the training. As uncomfortable as it often is for any of us to see ourselves on film, you do see a lot of different things. You see your body language. You see your eye contact. How many times do you say, ah? How many hesitations do you have? You can learn a lot. We do it in theater, but you also do it in teaching. You also do it in clinical work. Observe the interaction, not only of the client, but of you. It's a great learning term for you. So in terms of training, these kind of exercises, I think, are very, very helpful. So any questions about it? Feel like a good use of time?
I just want to make a comment that sometimes I can think of a couple of patients, I'm not really overt about this process because they're sort of, I mean, with stages of change, they're still sort of in that pre-contemplation.
Right.
And so, and I'm trying to nudge them. I hear you loud and clear, but I'm not overt about what we're doing.
I think this gets back to one of the first slides I showed where we talked about defining the relationship. In your role, I can see that probably works very well. That you're there to get them more into the flow of things, as you said, pre-contemplative. I think that's a good way to describe it. It's a stage where you're helping them get ready to do recovery or change or whatever you want to call it. That's your role, and you're clear on that role, and you can be clear with them. I'm here to help you in whatever it takes, whatever you need to do. That's your role. For some other people, there's very specific projects they're working on. There's very specific caseloads they need to have. And for the clinicians, there's very specific criteria on what's reimbursable. So depending on your role, that will change a bit. Regardless, that's what's important to convey to the consumer. I'm here as your overall support to get your feet wet, and then we'll see what happens. I'm here to help you set up the goals, and we'll do a case management thing. I am here to work with you on your recovery if you're ready to go there. And if you're not, Maybe I'll put you on hold for a while and see you when you are ready. Those are the tough decisions clinicians in particular have to make. You know, are you ready? Are you ready to do this with me? If you're not, you're wasting everyone's time, and the clinician's going to be deemed for non-productive hours. And I hate to keep putting it in money terms, but for certain people in certain roles, that is what it is, and I think the client needs to know that. Say, you know what, I think it's great you're going to the wellness center. I think it's great that you're working with the coach. I think it's great you're doing some socialization things. My role here is specifically work on change goals. If you're not ready to do that, that's okay. Come back when you are. You don't agree?
It's just, I see some patients that aren't that intentional.
I agree with you.
And so,
what I'm saying though is that maybe those people, that not that they don't deserve services, of course they do, and they need ongoing support. But do they need the more expensive clinical support?
well, we have a different funding approach at our clinic, so as long as she still wanted to see the therapist, and she did, I'm thinking of one patient in particular who had schizophrenia and similar to some of these folks, multiple decompensations and all those kinds of things, and wasn't taking medicine, but we just kept seeing her, and we kept supporting that she has the right to feel better. And eventually, she went into the hospital on her own.
Okay.
So I just have to surrender where sometimes this process is going to take, I guess, is where I go.
Kind of reality that's hitting a lot of agencies right now and may hit yours in the future is that that's a fine model for peer support. But for clinical intervention, unless you are making progress and unless you have outcomes, you are not going to get funded. And unless it's done in a very short amount of time. Now, in the days gone by, that was not the case. But there are pros and cons to that. Now, you know, I was one of the original people who used to just get up in arms. Why are we rushing people? People need time. You know, let us unfold in a natural way and all that. And I've really changed my tune on that because what I saw was that we were enabling people getting stuck wherever they were.
And I understand that too. I mean, I do that too. But I'm just saying, for some people, I just see a need for flexibility depending on. It took 9 months, but she was working on certain things.
Okay. There are ways to document that.
Exactly.
You know,
that's where I want to go.
But that's okay. But even within that interview format, you don't have to be ready to make the dramatic change in your life. In fact, I usually don't recommend that. How many of us fail on our New Year's resolution? Too big, too much, too soon, too grandiose. I actually work with people and say, let's make a success-oriented goal. That's fine. You're still making progress. You're still talking change. You're still doing this process. But you got to. You're doing it in step-by-step fashion. There's nothing wrong with that. And yes, I would agree. I don't like arbitrary deadlines, but I do think there hits a point where you go, you know, you don't really need me. A lot of this you can do with your peers up at the Wellness Center, which is another reason, by the way, I am so delighted that that model is taking hold. In the past, I think clinicians stuck with people way too long because there was no option.
No, I agree with you on all what you're saying too. It's so individualized depending.
Right. But if there's an option where you can get more cost-efficient, more intense, more long-term support, do it. Why would you, pay a very expensive clinician to do that for year after year when the changes are going to be so small? What I like to do, and I do this a lot as an OT in a lot of different settings, is I like to do almost consultant-based. I'll come in and do the initial assessment. I will come in and set up the original plan. I'll get started on it. Then I just outsource a local place. And then I say, you know what, I'd like to see you in 3 months and see how it's going. Do a reevaluation. Change the goals. Change the plan. Sometimes I will see people as an individual, as therapist, one-on-one, but I usually really minimize that. It's too expensive. I question it. I do. But I think I could be more effective doing it that way. I like to be able to do the assessments. I like to be able to do the planning. I like to be able to do the checking. So I'll put people on hold and come back in 3 months. They have to go. Okay, any other comments on that? Practice is the key, though. I mean, even people really skilled in this have been doing it a long time. We all develop bad habits. And going back and having someone watch you is the fastest way to say, oh, I didn't realize I was doing that. That's, you know, kind of refocusing all the time. And then that's another issue with the newer models of peer services and volunteers doing services. We have got to spend the money to provide training. And trainings are not just these are wonderful. But it's got to be a little more consistent. It's got to be a little continuous, not, you know, once a quarter. People need some kind of training on a regular, I think, my own life. Okay, we're not going to have time to do this worksheet, and I kind of knew that was going to happen. I always put in more than I can actually do. But I just wanted to show you this, and it could be something you could do. This looks very intimidating. But way back several hours ago, we had visions and we had goals and we had those little stepping stones. From a research perspective, from a scientific perspective, that's not specific enough. It's very hard just doing that to know if you succeeded or not. So there is a process called behavioral objectives that are very dry. And in fact, you may not ever want to do this formally. Some people, depending on your reimbursement course, may have to write in these terms. Other people don't have to write them down. But you should all be seeking it. And you may or may not share these words with the client. But in order for an objective to be measurable, it has to meet this criteria. It has to provide conditions, which means given what? Given participation in the social skills group, given environmental adaptations in the home, given practice in anger management techniques, whatever the given is, that's the condition. What is the desired outcome? Given this, the person will do this. And I have samples. These are just samples. These are examples. You can mix and match them. It's like a menu. It doesn't go straight across in rows. You can say, given participation in a social skills group, the person will identify 3 factors that do this. So I have verbs and nouns. These are just word salad here. The desired outcome and measurement. This is becoming really, really important. More and more people are looking at this. Not just bill for services. A lot of you are talking about using grants. Okay? Even with grants, they're going to want to see outcomes. They're going to want to see, what are you measuring? How do you know that what you're doing is working? That's what the bottom line is. And why should we give you money if you can't tell me this is going to work? So what are you looking for? You have to be really specific. So various kinds of measurements would be frequency. You know, the person bathes once a month and you want to get them to bathe 3 times a week. Percentage, the person will decrease their angry outbursts to 1 to 20% or whatever. Degree of independence, this one is used in physical rehab all the time. Minimum, moderate, maximum assist. How much supervision, how much assistance does someone need to do something? That's a degree of independence. The amount of supervision cues. Some people will need 5 cues to get through an activity. So your goal is to get it down to 1 cue. And then duration, that within 6 months this will happen. And then the evidence. This is another thing that they've gotten more serious about. Didn't used to. How do you know that you've achieved something? So as shown, as demonstrated by, as reported by, okay. We know this because the person has decreased their angry outbursts as reported by the parent. That's an example. Or as observed in a task group of some kind. Re-administration of assessments. So you may have a goal or an objective that the person decreases a certain environmental obstacle, and you demonstrated that it's as evidenced by noted change in the power re-administered. You can do that. Another interview that's re-administered. It's becoming more common to use the same instrument, whether it's a COWA or an interview format or a standardized test. It's becoming fairly common to use it both as a pretest and post-test. You do it at the beginning of treatment, you redo it, and really hope you see changes. And then giving it a time frame. Is it realistic to assume everything you're talking about is going to be done within 6 weeks? No. Maybe some of these time frames are longer. Maybe it will be a situation where you'll have to recertify a treatment plan. That's fine. But be honest about it or you're going to get caught. These things are pretty important. So we don't have time to do it, but I gave you one, and you can go home and do it with your staff. Where I used on the back the same person that I talked about before, my friend George. His vision is someday I will own my own recording studio. And the goal was I want to go back to school to learn about business and technology. So using these parameters, conditions, desired outcomes, measurement, evidence, and time frames, you should be able to write objectives that address that. I realize some of this sounds really boring, but once you train yourself to think like that, you're going to come out with much more evidence change, much more clear results, positive outcomes that you can share with people. And whether you are a pay-for-service clinician or a volunteer in a wellness center, it boils down to being able to convince everybody that you are succeeding in what you're setting out to do, and you have a worthwhile and important service to offer, and it is working. By the way, there's a lot of reports happening lately about MHSA money being criticized. Whether it's, and I think a lot of people, even some of the negative reports I've read, they are saying very clearly, I'm not saying that this money is being wasted or that these programs aren't available, but nobody has given us any proof of that. Huh?
There's no measurement.
There is no measurement. There is no documentation that was initially required, now more so. But the bottom line is, if we don't start doing that, I don't know how long that funding is going to be available. Somebody in Sacramento is going to say, what a waste. We need that for something else.
Within the last 4 years, the governor has decided to disband the mental health department and disband the drug and alcohol department and then put them all together under another department. And MHSA was somewhere in there, and they've reevaluated all.
Some of those
management of it.
Some of those mergers were actually long overdue. There was no reason to have it splintered up like that. So some of that is actually more efficient. That's a little different, I think, than the actual MHSA funding. The fund has already been, they tried to rob it.
Oversight for it. OSH.
What is the oversight and accountability?
Mental health oversight and accountability.
And accountability, right, commissioners. Okay. So we're going to run out of time, so bring that one home to practice. We have just a few minutes here. Good place to end is to hear from you. I have 2 more slides, I think. And really, I could do another whole workshop. 3 months left. I just want to list a few things, some strategies based on everything you heard today, some strategies for getting back to our original idea about participation, motivation, and inclusion. One of the first things that I would urge you to do is set very clear expectations and have some structure. For example, one of my pet peeves is walking into a wellness center and seeing everybody sitting around watching television. Now, that's my bias, and some people will say, but that's what they want to do, and it's socialization. It's not socialization. Nobody socializes when the television's on. Anyway, I'm not going to argue with them. It's comfortable. It's safe. I understand that. They feel much safer there and more comfortable than in their own home. Cool. But if that's all you're doing, it is passive. It is isolating. It is not really meeting any goals. And to be very crass, it looks really bad. And again, someone walks in who may be on a board in your town that could give you some money, and they see people sleeping on the couch, they're going to fund you? I don't think so. So in my next interview of coming to Red Bluff in April, we're going to talk some about setting up an environment for programming, but that's another story. I won't get off on that. My point is, you need to have some structure. You need to have some ways of setting up a center that invites participation.
It'd be nice that people ask some of the other existing centers that are already doing what you're thinking to share, so don't reinvent the wheel.
Right. I have done that. I've visited a lot of centers, and I'm just making some observations on some of those.
So, for example, at our center, we're teaching them to train other people.
Yeah.
So when you walked in, you'd see a training session.
Yes. That's my point, is if you have some structure, if you have some expectations. For example, one of the things we tried to do in Trinity County, I won't say it's been very successful, is make sure everybody has a role or a job. Kitchen duty, or, cleaning the dining room table, keeping the crafts room neat, I know the center in Reading has a greeter. Okay. That's a job, a responsibility, where they are part of something, have a productive role. The expectation, something simple. Again, remember we talked earlier about people with executive function problems, a lack of skills in that. They may never, ever have been asked to clean up after themselves in their entire life. And that may be a big deal. It's like, you're leaving crumbs on the table, could you clean it up? If that's a regular expectation, they have a role. Coaching and guiding helps a lot with participation and motivation. It's that person who, and it doesn't have to be a staff member, that person who knows that Eddie over here has a real problem with initiation. So it's the coach or role model or guide that's saying, let's go, Eddie, it's time to wash the dishes. Get him up off the chair. That could be somebody's job, and it doesn't have to be a staff. Okay. Buddy systems work really good for participation. A lot of reasons people don't get included in the community is fear, anxiety, they fear they're excluded, they fear they're not welcome. But if they got a buddy with them, it automatically makes it easier. That buddy could also be a skills teacher. I think I told you about that we have a system of buddying for travel training. First time someone takes public transit, have a buddy with them. That works a lot. Environmental coping strategies. I'm a big advocate of environmental modification, but there are times you can't modify the environment. I can't ask Yankee Stadium to be quiet. They won't listen. So if I'm taking someone to a ball game, what do I have to do? I have to work on the individual's coping skills. What do you do for yourself when there's a lot of noise out there? And that's bothering you. That's internal. But there are times you can do, actually change, physically change the environment, particularly in a home or in a wellness center or a clinic. Is it an inviting place for socialization? Something as simple as keeping the television in a separate room or having the chairs set up so conversation is easier, fixing the ventilation fan so it's not making a racket. Those are very simple things but can dramatically change how much someone interacts. And that's what we're talking about. How to get someone included, how to get someone participating. Something as simple as an invitation. I used to run a crafts group at the Wellness Center once a week, and we had it in a separate room where all the craft supplies were. And what I tried to do is always have a member of the Wellness Center, a consumer, not a staff member, invite people. So would you go around the center and tell people it's starting and invite them to come? And what a difference an invitation can make to people. That's really different than just walking out in the middle of the room and say, craft group's starting, who wants to go? Nobody moves. But if someone gets a personal invitation, Dr. Ann is doing a really cool activity, why don't you come and join us? Attendance always was way up. Those are and particularly people who have problems with initiation or feel a little scared to try something new. Just that personal touch of getting an invitation, usually not from me. I used to like to have someone else do the inviting. Really makes a difference. And once they get used to being in a more social environment, participating more, then it becomes easier. All right, next slide. We mentioned a few times about being part of the community. Not all wellness or recovery-oriented things need to happen at a center. The epitome of inclusion is doing things in the community, being out there. I know a couple of the centers I've heard really great stories about that you're doing more outings. But think about how those outings occur. There's still a lot. I know sometimes, particularly in the small counties and the rural areas, we have no choice but to depend on our own transportation. And that's okay. But is it the model we always want to use if we have options? Going out in the van that says whatever wellness center or behavioral health on it, sometimes it's its own stigma. I've heard lots of people make all sorts of derogatory comments about the short bus. So it can kind of lead into the very problem we're trying to avoid. I do think public transportation is the way to go if you can do it. It requires some travel training. It requires some community support. It requires some, requires a lot of things. It's a big project, I understand. And I'm going to talk about that in my April presentation too, because I really believe transportation is a key to a lot of things. And it is a way, by the way, to get connected better with your county services. My next thing on here is networking and representation. One of the best ways to have people included in the community is have them take on community roles. In other words, are any of your participants on any other boards in the county? They're probably on your board. But what about the Transportation Services Board? Wouldn't it be good to have a consumer on there? There's a bunch of it. I bet you if you go to your county website and look at all the committees that are available, I bet you a whole bunch of them would jump at the opportunity to have a consumer on there. It makes them look good. But also, it is a way for someone to have a productive role, have their voice heard, be a truly important part of the community, getting their voice heard, getting their needs met. And the more networking between different agencies, the better. Another networking and representation thing I think Trinity County has done very well is with the Council of Churches. We've had them come and do workshops with us. We've done things for them. And it's been really nice. And I know the Lama, we have a Buddhist compost, I guess, at the time. And the Lama served on many of these panels. And one time he turned around to us and said, well, why don't you tell us what to do? And I said, okay. We put together a whole package for them because we kept asking, what should we do? And they said, tell us. But we have a good cross-representation on there. We've done a few volunteer things with such agencies. For example, Milestones, the Wellness Center in Trinity County in Weaverville, we started a tradition a number of years ago where we wrapped, the clients wrapped all the presents for the Catholic Social Service toy fund for Christmas. So it's a work role, but it's amazing how much people enjoy that. These are not presents for themselves. This is the job that they're doing, but they're looking at all these kids' presents and just having a blast. And the churches are thrilled. We wrapped over 1,000 presents last year. So that other volunteers would have had to do. So it put us on the map. They put a thank you in the newspaper. Thanks once again, Milestones Wellness Center, for taking charge of this. Having a meaningful and productive role in the community, being valued by other members of the community, not in some kind of artificial, saccharine-particularly sweet way. This is a very real job that I've done. and it was truly appreciated. So, and understanding resources, using other resources, and these are all things that make one part of the community. Remember we talked earlier about some of the obstacles. For example, money management, finance. Yes, it is true. Going on outings can be very expensive, but not always. It's a great group to come up with 20 ideas you can do in your county for free, and then actually doing it. We have a lot of us who live up here in the North State have the advantage of beautiful nature. Going out and doing a hike is awesome. We have in our little town a once-a-month art cruise. No money involved, just all the galleries are open. And even if you couldn't provide transportation, everybody meet at the courthouse at 7 o'clock and go around the group. It's very cool. Any other ideas? What are your, okay, we are almost out of time. Oh my goodness, how did I do that? Last thing. I think I've asked this a few times today. Suggestions you'd like to implement. What would you like further training on? Let's throw out those questions. Just any last comments or questions? Anything you want to share, any feedback? You can do it privately. There is a review form that we will ask you to do now. But anything, any last minute thing you can help me with, I will tell you again, my email is on all of this. I'd love to hear anything you follow up with. I'd love to hear those stories. Any questions that come up, any resources that you need, please, please, please feel free to email me. I do want to leave you time to do that report. So any other last comments or questions?
I just want to say, MHSA WET is out there.
Hmm?
The WET from MHSA is out there for people to get additional training.
Yeah.
We're considering, there's a big gap between peers and clinicians, let's say. And
I like working with both.
I think WET can close the gap.
Yes, I do
that.
too. Yeah. I do too. I'd like to be involved in some of those trainings, actually. Okay, thank you very much. You have been awesome. I've had a great time. And please keep in touch, and please fill out those review forms for Shoshana. And safe driving home.
Yeah, be careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Keep them to Shoshana. You did a great job. Thank you. Oh, you did. Yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I like doing this stuff. Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, thanks. My question has she shared those with you, or do you know what they're doing? And would she be willing
You're welcome. I really know.